Hi, guys. Welcome to our coverage of the 2022 St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. My name is Irina Krush, and I'm joined by Maria Emelianova, women's FIDE master, well-known streamer, and extremely well-known chess photographer. Welcome, Maria.
Thank you, Irina. Hi, Chad. Long time no see. We've been to so many places at this time, and actually, both of us came back from Chennai recently. So very good to see you guys. Very good to see you, Irina, and very excited for the games which are just starting now.
Yeah, the game has started, and actually, so far it's going in an expected way. That Hikaru answered Dominguez's e4 with e5. The only slight surprise for me is bishop c4, but like I said, it's only a slight surprise that Dominguez is going for the Italian. He has done bishop b5 a lot more often against Hikaru, but a few years back he was trying this move, and so he decided on that today. So we have the Italian game, bishop c4, Hikaru goes here, and Dominguez does not go for kind of the more aggressive, I think it's called a fried liver attack, right? Knight g5. D3, bishop c5, castles, a6, and c3. And that's our current position, looking like a very standard Italian so far.
Yeah, indeed. And even last year they played Roy Lopez with bishop b5 and then d4. So Dominguez is going for a bit less principal line. But yeah, we'll see what will happen. And indeed, chat, this camera is very interesting, very much fisheye. I do like fisheyes to be used sometimes for photos, but I don't think the entire day of watching this camera is great, but it's better than nothing. It's definitely better than nothing.
Yeah, I guess what you're talking about is that there's a lot of wooden chessboard in the frame, and like you're kind of looking up at the players from a pretty strange angle on the video feed. Yeah, I agree. It's really not the most flattering way to look at the players' expressions.
Yeah, the players look very distorted, and fisheye usually does stretch the angle, the edges of the photograph a lot. So that's why if you are taking photos, especially of women who want to look good on the picture, don't put them on the edge of the camera if it's fisheye. They will not like that. And yeah, Hikaru keeps looking at us like with some really sus look on his face. I don't know if he realizes. He might actually realize how funny he might look, because fisheye cameras have pretty distinct look even outside. So he might be a bit suspicious of that. But also even funnier is to see people who are coming behind the players. You can sometimes notice someone with the camera. It's a photographer who wants to take a nice close-up look of the player. So they will be looking even more funny.
This is an interesting position on the board, Maria. We've had a couple of moves. Of course, in these Italians, you get a pretty slow maneuvering game. White has expanded a bit on the queen side. Hikaru quickly going for this bishop trade, recapturing with the rook, not the pawn, and bishop b2. So, okay, knight e7. Hikaru continues to play really quickly, so I guess he's quite familiar with the ideas here. It seems like he wants to put the knight on g6, and then possibly play c6 and d5. And wouldn't be out of place at all, yeah.
I can see that this line has been played in the past, not by Hikaru, but he's probably familiar with the games. It was played by Vishanand versus Anish Giri, and Rajaba versus Kramnik, and even Dingley Ren versus Magnus Carlsen 2 years ago. So, and most of them in rapid games.
Yeah, it's interesting now in terms of what white should do in the center, because one move that seems possible is the move c4, right? Opening up the bishop. But on the other hand, okay, I think it looks kind of reasonable. c4, then followed by d4 at some point. And then there was also like d4 immediately could be played. And then there's Dominguez's approach, which is neither of those, and just maneuver the knight over to what I presume is
F1.
going to be G3.
I think he played knight f1 already, or
Yeah.
yeah, to with the idea to knight g3, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this also has been played, but not on such high level, so this is a bit of a diversion. So one of the ideas for black is to play knight h5, preventing knight g3,
Mm.
and
That's a
another is
very-
to play knight g6 themselves, and
Yeah, knight
then
h5 is a very interesting move, I have to say, like an interesting prophylactic move.
yeah,
And
but of course you don't want to place the knight on the rim without a good reason.
yeah, and at some point, of course, white really needs to play, I think, this kind of move. It's hard to see them never doing it. Well, okay, white can try these types of like a slow prophylactic moves like G3. It looks a bit weird to me, this kind of move. There's a lot of pressure.
Pardon, guys. I'm sorry, yeah, my camera misbehaved a little. I am going
After
to
knight h5, knight e3 says chili chess. Okay, so knight h5, knight e3. Well, yes, you're correct. That's a possibility for sure. So what would I do on knight e3? Well, I would take a look at moves like d5, which probably don't work, but I'm always looking into the center. Yeah, of course, knight f4 is actually kind of the normal looking move. So maybe just knight f4. That's the consistent move. But Hikaru played instead of knight g6, he played sorry, knight h5, he played knight g6.
So now Dominguez has a choice of knight g3, maybe knight e3, or probably again c4 as an option.
Yeah, because of course, like the bishop on b2 doesn't want to remain blocked by the pawn forever. In terms of like black's ideas, right? Okay, so black can put the knight there. What after that? Can they build up some sort of attack on the king side? Doesn't seem that easy to me, especially with this move constantly coming. So, and then the next question really is like, are these moves feasible, or do they just play into white's hands? Because, white can take at some point, then open up their bishop with a tempo.
Yeah, and he actually did play c4, which brought us back to the main line, which was played by Rajabov and Kramnik. I guess it's just a move order change for c4 and then knight g6, knight f1. So here Kramnik responded with b5.
b5, wow.
Yeah. Whilst earlier, after knight e7, if c4 was played, the most common move was a5 for black. But with the knight on g6, black already opts for b5 instead. Very
So can I
interesting.
ask you, was this Rajabov Kramnik game, was that a rapid game?
I am not exactly sure. It might have been Tata Steel actually, because it's
Oh, Tata
2019
Steel.
January.
Okay, so it was not well. I mean, do they play any Blitz in Tata Steel? No, maybe that's not one of those tournaments.
No, and that was actually the last classical tournament that Kramnik played. He announced retirement.
The b5 seems like an interesting move. I guess the idea is you're giving up a pawn in order to play queen b8, I suppose, afterwards, and try to get it back. I think that's the point of this. Quite surprising move, actually. And I mean, I don't know, b5, it's like, what does it exactly do? What does it threaten? I mean, because it doesn't seem like any of those moves are actual threats. So I would be kind of surprised if Hikaru played b5. But I guess the point of it is if white does want to just grab material, okay, he gets these doubled pawns. Yeah, I was saying queen b8, but actually maybe it's not queen b8 because you're going to be stuck in a nasty pin over here. So maybe you just need to drop the pawn, unpin yourself, and basically play down a pawn. But this pawn is always going to be a target. So I guess that's Kramnik's idea.
Yeah. And I do agree that a5 is much more natural, but so is c6, which Hikaru played.
Yep, that makes a lot, more sense to me. So what does the move c6 tell us? It tells us that black must have an interest in playing d5.
And probably already now.
Yeah, I mean, it might maybe immediately or in the near future. You just have to be careful with this e5 pawn. But if you push, like let's say it was black's turn, like let's say we make some random move for white. Well, knight g3 is not a random move. It's actually probably a pretty good move. It's actually, yeah, it's what Dominguez played. If you try d5, first of all, white doesn't have to react to it. That's another one of those issues. You make a move, but white is totally fine with either of these captures by you.
Yeah.
So, it's interesting. It is a little bit of a deceptive position, I feel, because it's easier for white to play for sure. It feels like, black's not really in any trouble. White doesn't have specific threats, but at the same time, these attempts to play the natural moves might actually give white the easier game.
I understand what you mean. So is it possible to not to play d5, but to go for something more subtle and like knight f4?
Yeah, and then with knight f4, I even wonder if at some point they can play bishop c1. Or wait, there's one idea.
Or
Remember,
a5?
yeah.
c6 also might be preparing a5.
But my favorite idea in this position for white is d4. Like I always want to play something in the center. I mean, d4, and if pawn takes, the knight takes. I don't know. I would rather be white here. But let's see. Actually, has Hikaru made a move? He's played d5.
Yeah, he
There
played
you go.
d5.
It's a very natural move for human player, right? Because we're trained to kind of look for specific solutions, so we can't just stay in place. It feels uncomfortable not to make progress, and so now the question is going to be which non-capture is white going to play, because quite likely they're going to move their queen, although I don't know if the queen trade here is like a big threat for white, but I still think there's a decent chance they might move their queen somewhere.
Yeah, well, the computer suggests bishop c3. To me, it seems a little too artificial.
Yeah, I don't, if I see
Maybe
like
preventing a5.
Yeah, I would be shocked. Wait, did he play that? He played that. I said, okay, I get it though now, Maria. I think
a5 is an idea,
maybe there's also something like that. I mean, maybe there was some sort of double attack. I mean, I know there's queen d2, but maybe there was something about this pawn like being unprotected that he didn't like. So he goes bishop c3. I mean, so you said the other point of this move could be to like stop a5, yeah?
Yeah, I don't know if Hikaru is planning to play a5. I think that white will play a5 at some point if black does not, but I don't know how much of a threat it is. Like, it does attack the b6 square, prevents our queen from going there, but at the same time b4 pawn will get a little weaker.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. Like, I really wonder if this was black's idea, because I mean, to me, it looks like white can just go b5, and like, what's the big deal as to what black is accomplishing? So bishop c3, I do feel that maybe it has something to do with this idea. And I mean, of course, a solid move. Yeah, like I said, it was a surprise to me because I felt like, okay, maybe it's not the most obvious thing. But the problem here for black is that, okay, this center pawn is fixed in a dark square, so it's a perpetual target. Obviously, well, by the way, I mean, black can choose to radically change the game with that. But that blocks in his bishop, and I feel like that's not the easiest decision to make either. And the problem is that if you trade either way and you go into some kind of end game, you're definitely going to get worse in that end game.
Yeah, trading is definitely in white's favor.
Yeah, as an example, like You know, not all trades are good. And by the way, even this rook move doesn't really change anything because the queen can safely move out of attack, and you're still going to have problems on that square on e5. And if you trade, well, yeah, this is like white's dream, right? This is this is not what Hikaru is going to go for, giving
Yeah,
up
the rook is
file.
misplaced. You cannot play rook d8. The bishop on a7 hits a lot of squares, but at the same time is quite limited on moves.
Yeah. He was on the Olympiad team, but man, they didn't play great at all. It says it's raining something. I wonder who they're talking about, who didn't play that great at all. Or who was on the Olympiad team. That was
On which team? Are we talking about US team?
yeah, I think US team is what he's referring to. Maybe he can clarify that. Okay, so Dreamy Timmy says, I'd like to see the pure game without commentary. Yeah, just you can just go somewhere else to see that. That's fine. We unfortunately we can't satisfy that request because you know we promised to talk during the games.
Yeah, I mean, even if we ban him, he still can see the stream, so you can mute. Yeah, you can mute. You can also open the direct stream on chess.com. Mute the mic, please. Yeah, no, that's not what we're here for. Thank you very much for the offer, though.
So Hikaru, will we cover the other games? Yeah, good question, guys. We're definitely focusing like mostly on Hikaru's game. It's a rapid game, so things are going to go in kind of fast motion here. We don't want to miss the action in his game. But if he finishes and we do have time, or there's something really exciting going on in the other boards, we will definitely take a look at those as well. So
yeah, right definitely keeping an eye on them.
So this bishop move has sent Hikaru into a bit of a think, right? He's about like 5 minutes behind. Deming is on the clock now as he's trying to figure out where to go in this middle game.
Yeah, he does have some things to consider here. The white's position indeed looks much easier to play. Their pieces seem to have all ideal squares. Maybe only knight f5 is a bit of an improvement. While for Hikaru, he still needs to decide what to do with the bishop on a7, I suppose.
Well, let's talk about this move that, I mean, the computer offered this up. It's definitely not the most obvious move because it blocks the bishop. So the point of it is, I guess that you're taking the pressure off of this pawn. You're keeping the d file closed. And so this is quite an interesting position strategically, as Black needs to figure out what they're doing with this bishop. You know, what part of the board are they even trying to play on, right? I guess, I mean, both sides have knights on the king side. So are both sides trying to play on that part of the board, or is white actually has an additional sort of idea of playing on the queen side as well, that I think is a lot harder for Black to do. So, you know, it's very difficult. Like I see the computer offering up this move, like it's just very difficult to play chess like that, right? Because you're breaking such fundamental rules about where to place the pawns when you have let's say a dark squared bishop.
Actually, I was just going to say the computer is also offering a5 still anyway.
After d4 or right away?
Both, and he actually did that. No, wait. No, he didn't. Sorry, it's me. I was just clicking something. But yeah, it does offer a5 next move.
And, I think Hikaru did play d4, right?
Yeah, he did. And after bishop, probably d2. You don't really want to put it on b2. It will be blocked. Oh, he did play a5.
Nice. Okay, so what's the idea of this? Now white has two main choices, right? They can go b5, they can take, well, or they can choose not to do any of those moves. But let's figure out what happens after pawn takes. So how hard should we try to get that pawn back? Or should we be playing a move like bishop b8, bishop c7? Or actually, yeah, this knight d7 move is very interesting to try to put the knight on c5.
Mm-hmm.
to guard this pawn, and also kind of hit a few nice squares from there. Yeah, and I guess the problem is that if white like goes bishop b4 and you put the knight there, they can't really take it because ultimately they're going to lose the a5 pawn. Black will be doing fine.
Mm-hmm.
So very interesting play by Hikaru. I mean, he went into a long think, but I think it was worth it because he did find a good direction for the game that is going to put Dominguez into some thought now.
Yeah, indeed. White does have rook b1. And I wonder if he will play b6 and just play with a pawn down.
After which move, Maria?
If rook b1,
Ah, rook b1. And then
how
what?
do you defend this pawn? Queen c7, I don't really like it.
Oh, okay, so you're saying after a5, pawn takes a5, right? And then rook.
Yes, and then knight d7 and rook
Yes,
b1.
rook
Because I
b1.
think knight d7 is a move that black definitely should play to defend e5 and to
Mhm,
also maybe play knight c5 in the future.
mhm.
But he can also play b6 and then try to put pressure on the pawn on a4.
Yeah, they can try, taking the knight, taking this pawn. That's definitely possible. I mean, maybe queen c7 is, for now, just a reasonable move, keeping everything protected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, there's going to be things like that, transferring the rook over. There is still some pressure on b7, not so easy to meet. I mean, I suppose that Dominguez should probably take the pawn because a move like b5, it's interesting. b5, but probably knight d7 then, right? Knight d7, knight c5, and it seems like a more comfortable version for black.
Mm-hmm. Are you afraid of h4 moves at all for white?
Not so much. Not so much at the moment. Somehow, yeah, h4, h5, right? Because your two knights supports that. It's interesting positionally. I would, actually, I would agree that it makes a lot of sense positionally. But I feel like for the moment, Dominguez is going to be more concerned with what's going on the queen side. And he's going to
Mm-hmm.
try to extract some advantages there. So yeah, I do expect him to take the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
And right now, no, he's still thinking after a5.
Yeah, but he did not lose on time, guys. He has about 17 minutes, I think. So it's just an issue with the clock relay. Don't worry. Well, I mean, you won't worry, you will be happy, but no, he won't spend so much time in the opening.
Yeah, Hikaru's got his hands folded. He is looking kind of, I would say that's his confident stance, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Dominguez is just sunk into thought. All right, so let's try to figure this out a little bit more. So pawn takes a5, knight d7, right? Rook b1, very sensible move. I mean, there's so many ways they can do it, right? They can go queen c2, rook eb1.
Mm-hmm.
There's really no limit to how they can gang up on the b file.
Yeah.
But one interesting thing I see the computer is suggesting is this idea like after, let's say you play knight c5, you might want to support that knight with the other knight. I think that makes a lot of sense because the knight on c5 is going to be a key piece for us.
Yeah, but on the other hand, white might consider moving the action to the king side, and if black doesn't have any pieces defending the king, it might turn out a bit difficult to defend.
Yeah, and also this bishop is the question. Yeah, we really do want to make that transfer and try to win that pawn once we get the knight to c5. I mean, okay, let's try. Well, let's try to play a few moves. So knight f5. Let's try that. Okay, so what does that threaten? Not so much, right? So let's just keep going. Okay, now this pawn's under attack. Let's say you go bishop b4 and I go like knight f8. Yeah, I think this is Hikaru's concept. I
Yeah.
think this is it, and it kind of starts to come together for me.
And I guess h4, h5 is not really a big threat. Okay, let's play
Yeah.
h4.
Okay, let's try it. You're gonna try to attack me. So, all right, let's go knight d7. Yeah,
h5.
yeah, you might even do crazy stuff like g4. I mean, it wouldn't be
Okay,
that surprising.
I'm not Richard Rapport.
No, okay. So
Done.
let's try h5. Yeah, bishop b8. We continue with our plan to win this pawn.
All right. Let's think. We probably need to move the king off the g file and then push g4. It might all be very slow and like not that a good idea, but it looks quite tempting to try. Our rook on e1 is not doing anything anyway.
Right. No, this is actually really interesting, right? That you're gonna go for this big attack. You kind of let me make some progress on the queen side and you start this big attack. It's actually fascinating, I would say. Well, first of all, can I just try f6 though? I think this is very, very human kind of move.
Okay.
Yeah, because I don't want to make it so easy for you to play g5.
Okay, rook g1 anyway.
Rook g1. Okay, and now I take.
Should we trade or should we keep the bishop? I feel like a white bishop is better, so bishop a3.
Yeah, so now, okay, let's try to figure this one out. You've got a beautiful knight, yes. Do you have just a threat of going there and sacking a piece? Not yet, but
Well, we did that before
yeah.
black did that before with a5, so why not? We can return the favor.
And I guess the issue for black in this position is still this bishop, but here's the news that Dominguez decided he didn't want any of these lines and he just went for b5. And bishop c5, and apparently b5, the computer really doesn't like that decision which Dominguez made after a long think. I mean, we mentioned this move, right? I mean, I also thought it was kind of one of the obvious moves to consider. It just didn't seem to be putting as much pressure on black's position as the capture. And now
you basically give up c5 square to black. That's what Hikaru wanted, but you give it for free.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess the only question here was, should you try to put a knight there or the bishop? Hikaru decided to put the bishop. All right. So this pawn is a target, of course, for the long run. Black needs to keep an eye on it. On the other hand, okay, what else does white want? I suppose, I mean, white wants to play like rook b1 and maybe capture here and invade on the b file. So that seems like a very sensible move. You know what's really interesting is that on this capture, black actually is going to be capturing with the rook and not the pawn. That's a little paradoxical, because why would you want to leave that weak pawn, the backwards pawn, on the board? Well, because you're probably going to be playing like b6 and using it to protect the bishop and being protected by the bishop. And it's very solid, right?
Yeah, protecting a5 as well. And they already played rook b1 and knight d7, it seems, right?
So let's go back. Here we go. a5, b5, rook b1, knight d7. Pawn takes. And rook takes.
So you can capture on b7 then?
Oh, something, 1 second. I'm just making sure I have the current.
I guess you cannot because of knight b6 or bishop b6 and the rook is trapped.
So the current position is actually, oh no, so it's rook b1 and knight f5. Okay, that's the position.
Yeah, but we can show why taking the pawn on b7 was not an option for Dominguez.
Ah, like why after pawn?
Why taking c6 and then
Yeah,
following by rook b7 is not really working.
because he gets this rook trapped, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, so Dominguez couldn't go for that pawn. Okay, so he went for knight f5. So what do we expect Hikaru to do now? By the way, Hikaru is, building up a small edge on the clock, right? After being down 5 minutes, now he's up a couple of minutes.
Yeah, Dominguez really will need to start playing faster after that long thought of taking whether to take on a5 or push the pawn. So now he doesn't have any time advantage.
Hikaru looks like he just got back to the board actually. Yes, and he's ready to make a move instantly, which is what? Bishop f8. Okay, nice move. So what do we think about
Solid.
this area? Yeah,
Solid, yeah. So he's planning to play the knight on c5, I assume.
exactly. Yep. That's quite
And
nice,
another option is to try to trade the pawn, the knight on f5, right? Maybe knight e7.
Yep. Yeah, I think that definitely the first step is putting the knight on c5 if he gets a chance. He's gonna get some tempos, and then knight e7. So I like where this is going for Hikaru. I think he's solved his opening problems for sure, and he's kind of dragging Dominguez into a double-edged, unclear position where he now has a small lead on the clock, and there's a lot of complicated play. So things are going pretty well for him.
Yeah, definitely the a5 sacrifice was a turning point in this game so far. White had quite a nice position out of the opening, and it looked like Hikaru was forced to sacrifice that pawn to create some counterplay. But when Dominguez did not take, it looks like Hikaru has solved all of the issues and is equal on material as well.
Yeah, so Dominguez plays g3. Okay. So what's Hikaru gonna do? Is he gonna play knight c5 or something else? I don't know. I see the computer doesn't even really like this move so much, but I'm sure it can't be like a very bad move. Another interesting question, I guess, Maria, is there's no point to going pawn c5, is there? Is like, I mean, maybe not such a horrible move, but then the queen side is completely closed. But yeah, I would say that this move is a bit passive in a way, right?
Yeah, I
Because
think with having two knights, which are pretty restricted by white pawns, we don't want to block it even further with the pawn on c5 move.
yeah, so Hikaru goes knight c5. Okay, there we go. So should we expect something like queen c2? Seems quite reasonable. It's interesting. Queen c2, and the computer really wants to take on c6. Now I find like that's a little bit surprising.
I'm not sure about that move. Yeah, I mean, we don't have the knight b6 or bishop b6 idea to block the rook anymore, but I'm still not sure about this move.
I would be a little surprised if Dominguez like didn't just play queen c2. I mean, in a rapid game, it feels like the kind of thing you just do without thinking too much. And sure, maybe it's not the best, but like, I mean, is there really time to figure out all the subtleties of like what's wrong with this move? Like that there's some sort of,
Yeah.
I mean, it just feels very normal. Like, because now for him to stop and think and figure this one out, I mean, maybe he'll throw that move in. I guess if I take on d3, you can take on b7. Actually, and he did. Yeah, he did take on c6. And let's put those moves on the board. So
no, it was Hikaru who took on b5.
Hikaru, oh, bishop c1.
So yeah, Dominguez played bishop c1. That was the other option. How to defend on d3, and yeah, Hikaru took on b5. So he is leaving the pawn on a4 as like
Hmm.
divided from the rest of the white pawns.
Hmm.
That can turn out to be a weakness for white.
Interestingly, the computer wasn't such a big fan of this rook b6 move. I mean, it's not like black's position is bad, but somehow he was preferring things like, b6 or just not the rook trade, basically, like anything that wasn't the rook
Mhm.
trade. Why, it's kind of hard to say. I guess the rook was not a bad piece. It's kind of very multifunctional. After rook b6, well, the question is, do we want to take? I guess Hikaru is saying yes, I do. I want to get either this passed pawn.
Mhm.
Although I don't know, like after rook takes, pawn takes, a4, there's bishop a3, right?
Yeah, white gets this nice diagonal. That's why the bishop to c1 also was such a nice move.
Right. So if, let's say, white goes here and black captures, so now white's going to have this big decision of how to capture back. And apparently this move giving black the passed pawn is not that
Yeah,
great.
and they will start pushing it instantly because
Yeah.
why not? You will have
I
to
was
move like
thinking maybe like
only
this is not
moves.
bad, but apparently there's also tactics. Yeah, oops. Discovery on the bishop, and then we're going to have that intermediate move, knight e3.
Yeah, this is terrible. So then I guess cb5 is the only move.
b5, yeah. And now what do we have here? I mean, the knight is still really impressive, hitting those two pawns. Bishop is, not the best. I mean, the rest of black's pieces aren't amazing, but black's position is very solid still.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're, fairly likely to see something like that. But for now, Dominguez is thinking after rook b6. I mean, he's looking for a move. h4 is just a kind of a small improvement of his position on the king side. Is there something like more meaningful that he can do? Not sure. I mean, I think h4 makes a
No.
lot of sense.
Yeah, h4 or maybe bishop a3 because that move looks natural anyway. But on the other hand, if you're pushing h4 and preparing h5 and maybe g4, g5, you want to keep the bishop on c1. So it really depends on which idea, which strategy he takes.
Yeah, and now Hikaru's lead on the clock is pretty substantial. I mean, he has almost twice the time that Dominguez has. Although they do have 10-second increments, right, which makes things a little bit easier for Dominguez.
Oh, he did play h4, did he?
It looks like he did play h4, yeah. h4 on the board. And Hikaru trading the rooks. And so we're heading into this line with c takes b5.
And Hikaru is now thinking. He does look like he's gonna think for a while. He took this typical pose. It could be a good moment to have a quick look at other games, but
Well,
sure
let's
if
see what's
there's
interesting. I mean, Xiang versus Nepo is going to be a draw.
yeah, that one
Caruana,
doesn't
yeah.
even deserve to be looked at.
Yeah, we can spend a few minutes talking about the other games. Let's see. Then we got Caruana versus Shankland. Looks kind of exciting in that end game. Looks like maybe Shankland is putting him under some kind of pressure. And then we have Firuzia versus Mamedyarov. So we actually have a lot of end games. They're in a very unbalanced end game. And okay, actually, I can put some of those on the board. Give me 1 second. So let's say, let's take a look at Caruana Shankland. Yeah, this one looks
Sure.
pretty interesting. So, yeah, well, we can actually see that black is better, right? He's got the better bishop compared to white. He's got white has no play at all. Can't push that pawn. The knight is really active, and Shankland has a nice king. He's trying to break through on the king side. And the only question is, what happens let's say if I just take the pawn twice? Like, what's your plan for getting it back? And the answer is this amazing,
What?
yeah,
That's
nice.
incredible. And that's not a move. That's crazy. Rook f4.
Yeah, because if you take, I just start destroying your center pawns.
Mm-hmm.
Get your rook, all of your dark squared pawns are going to be my targets. And if I just get to take on g4, it looks great for black. So Shankland is definitely putting Caruana under pressure. I almost kind of wonder how in the world did he get such a nice, like, it's not even like a nice position. It's like ideal, right? Where black's pieces are beautiful. Even, I mean, this knight is maybe not yet the best piece in the world, but it has potential. Like even in this
Mm-hmm.
line, there's apparently even this move.
Wow. Yeah, that's incredible position to have.
And the bishop is trapped.
So many possibilities. Yeah, you just have to play and give up a bishop. You don't want to even keep it there because then black takes and the knight is hanging.
Yeah, and so, okay, we can also take a look at Aronian versus Vachier, which I don't think Aronian is doing that great. Well, okay, we have a kind of a typical position. He has won a pawn. I mean, when I look at it, I do find it funny, like how that rook is trapped in, and this rook is like, the rooks are not connected. It's not a very harmonious looking position for white.
No, no, it
Yeah,
is very strange. And like the bishop on e1 is protecting the knight on the rim. And the
yeah,
knight is protecting the pawn on b3. It does hang, it is kind of hanging by a thread. And although the computer shows equality, it must be much more difficult to play for white.
yeah, I agree. I mean, this bishop is really good, and I think white is going to be trying to make a draw. It should be doable, but I mean, limited material. He'll probably get this bishop out somehow. Maybe he'll play like f3 actually at some point. Get the bishop out like that, or to g3. But yeah, not like the kind of position that is very inspiring
No.
for white. And by the way, so Caruana is still thinking, and Hikaru is also still thinking. So that means we can move on to Firuzia Mamedyarov. Let's take a look. Very unbalanced endgame. White has 2 pawns here, black has 2 pawns there. Seems like it should be kind of nice for white at first glance, but this king is very nice. Rook is good. Black's pieces are actually pretty good. So, and yeah, there's a very specific problem here also. Right, Maria?
In this position.
You got those 2 hanging pawns.
Yes.
So actually, it seems like despite white's center pawns, it seems that black is actually better. The Mamedyarov is better here.
Yeah, he does also have advantage on the queen side, pawn advantage. So he has a potential of converting it into passed pawns.
Yep. Yeah, those pawns can get moving kind of fast. So right now, Mamedyarov is thinking, and did he take? No. So he played that move, which is also not bad, but it does allow the bishop to come back without getting captured. So I think he probably missed a better opportunity here. But now we're going to go back to Hikaru's game because we've seen a move from him, and he has
the
played
chat is screaming blunder.
Blunder. Ooh. Well, there is a pawn here. Yeah, why did he just give that away? Whoa. What's the point? I mean, okay, hold on. He didn't just give it away. There is some point. Okay.
Who needs pawns?
So knight takes And Dominguez is thinking, right? Hikaru, by the way, just got up from the board again. Okay. It's a little rare in a rapid game to kind of be walking around that much, but you know, it does exude some kind of confidence for sure.
Well,
And
he's still up on the clock.
yeah, a little bit. Yeah, he's still a little up on the clock. And now the question is, so he just gave up this pawn, so he must be trying to get it back.
Yeah, for sure. So what if white takes on e5?
Yeah, so we're looking at
Yeah.
knight e5.
Mhm.
Then I trade the knights and I go queen f6 and I try to get it back. And he must be counting on the fact that there's no queen f3 because of knight a4. Or
Mhm.
wait, no, there's maybe also queen f3. It's rook e8 first. Yeah, it's definitely rook e8. And then at some point, knight a4. So he's thinking, hey, I'm going to get that pawn back and I'm fine. But there's something he's misjudging here, according to the computer, which is this move. This is like, it's really funny, guys, because
Mhm.
this isn't a real blunder by Hikaru. This is not like, you know, him blundering just a pawn or not seeing it. This is actually more like of a positional flaw in the plan, because all that white is really going to get is a better minor piece, right? But unfortunately, that's enough to give the advantage to white. And in this position, you know, the computer does give a big edge to white. It's not because white's up material, it's because white has the better minor piece. And this pawn is very unfortunately placed, and so is this one. And the bishop just doesn't have as much power compared to the knight.
Yeah, this is a beautiful knight indeed, and the best move in this position probably will be b6 to defend on a5, and the bishop on c5 just magically turns into a pawn.
Yeah, so we're going down this road. All of these moves have been played, and this is the current position on the board. Hikaru was reaching to make a move and he hesitated. But I expect he will play queen f6. That must have been his point, unless, you know, I mean, he could try to do something else and not really go for this pawn, but I would be a little surprised. I think that queen f6 was really the intention, and he must be like missing this power of the positional idea.
Mhm.
And it's like black is just not going to be able to avoid the trade of that knight.
And the queen d5 doesn't change anything, right?
Well, queen d5, you're not like attacking the pawn. I guess it's just kind of a different plan. I mean, the queen is active there, right? Yeah, of course, yeah, this is still, yeah, it still is an idea for white. You can still make that trade and then pull away a knight. And unfortunately, this is the kind of position that Dominguez, once once he goes into this line, like he's very likely to find, and he's going to be quite comfortable. He's good, you know, technical player. So yes, I feel like this is a little bit unfortunate where Hikaru has headed here.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. He's probably realizing now how he misjudged rather
Mhm.
the position and missed this idea of bishop a3. He played
Yeah,
queen f6.
I think he's still, yeah, he has played queen f6. Yep. Mhm. I mean, now he's not even ahead on the clock, which is too bad. Yep. And so Dominguez just needs to find bishop a3. Now, how difficult is that move? I'll tell you guys, it's not that difficult. Like once
No.
the position is already in front of you, and like for players at that level to be like, oh, that's a good knight and like that's going to be a bad bishop, it's actually not that difficult. But from far away, like it's easy to see how Hikaru can miss it. It's just like, well, what else is Dominguez going to do? And he did find it. Yeah, he did find
Yeah.
it. And so here we are heading down this path.
I would not say he's that lost. I think it's a bit too early to say that lost because they are now entering the Blitz portion of the match, of the game, and anything can happen still. We've seen much more lost positions being saved because
Yeah.
it's still a lot of pieces on the board.
Oh yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, I feel like, sure, maybe from the computer's perspective, it's kind of technically bad for black, but as you're getting down to 5 minutes, this is not like the worst thing I've ever seen. But you know, he must kind of be wondering, yeah, well, he'll realize that 97 was a mistake. This can't really be what he wanted when he played 97.
Yeah, and it was indeed a very good position. He improved his position so much
Yeah.
after playing a5.
Yeah. Yeah. And now, okay. Well, at some point, yes, maybe white will even consider some dramatic moves on the king side with the pawns, push the black queen out. Actually, I wouldn't be shocked at all if g4 happened in short order. Of course, the normal move that white is probably setting up here is queen e2. And you kind of wonder, like, where are white's winning chances the best? Should he try to trade the queen and the rook? But I mean, it's definitely going to be unpleasant for black and then knight versus bishop endgame. Okay, interesting move by Hikaru. Yeah, you see he's trying to fight back on the light squares, not allowing g4. And look at this. One of the things the computer offers is rook f4, queen d5, queen f3, right? So he's trying to trade off the queen because this is black's best piece so far.
And I agree that trading queens makes sense. I don't think that trading both heavy pieces will bring white closer to a win because the bishop still will defend all of the dark squares, and the knight from c4 cannot really attack much because black will play b6 beforehand. And we will need to calculate everything in the potential pawn endgame before we go for that.
Yeah,
but I think trading queens, yeah, makes a lot of sense.
So he played queen e2, which is also really natural. And what's like the next threat? What does white really want? I mean, I suppose this is it, right? Must be that is what is bothering. Like let's just play a move, for example. I'm not saying this is the best move, but like let's try b6 and just figure out what the idea is here. Is it rook e8 or not? Because okay, like rook e8, let's say we go here, the king goes to h7. Now you got to defend that pawn.
Yeah, it might also be not enough because the black queen is so strong.
Yeah, and this one, it seems to be unclear in the evaluation. Yes, I mean, actually g5 is kind of a nice move. We're trying to like get a pass pawn over here.
And have two pass pawns, yeah.
Yeah, this is an example of like where Hikaru wants to try to get to in this end game. But for the moment, queen e2 and Hikaru is did he make a move? Let me just no, yeah, he just played b6. By the way, that was like the move I played just to kind of pass a turn, make a somewhat plausible move, and that's actually what Hikaru played. But okay, it makes sense to protect the pawn and prepare for rook e8. So I'm very curious to see, you know, if Dominguez is going to be able to convert this.
What about rook e6? Attacking on b6?
Yeah, so you want to just grab my pawn, huh?
At least I don't mind pretending to.
Yeah.
So maybe after rook b8.
Yeah.
So we wanted to ideally trade the queens, right? So we can play rook c6 and queen e6.
Yeah, it's very passive for black, isn't it?
And if we move the king to prevent it to be with check, because if it's not a check, we can take on g3.
Yeah, because I'm just like seeing this, like how this king is gonna come up the board, like once the are off.
Yeah, that's a brilliant. Once the queens are gone, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
my camera. Sorry, guys. Yeah, I'm fixing it.
Yeah. I see that
I'm
I'm
just
on
gonna
two
use.
cameras. You see half
Yeah,
of
I'm
me
gonna
on
just
each-
use another camera. Something is wrong with this dude today.
Yeah.
Does not like me.
Now it's working. So yeah, he played all no, he didn't play this. He did something a little different. He went rook f4 and queen d5. So then he went back. So is he just trying to like gain some time? That might be what he's trying to do. So what should Hikaru do? Because it doesn't really make sense for him to repeat because Dominguez is not going to repeat and agree to a draw. That's obvious. So he might as well do something different. But it's very tough, right? Because black is like no active play. White can milk this forever. So a little update on the other games, guys. Aronian, yeah, it's still balanced. Feruzia really improved his situation against Mamedyarov. That moment that we saw was a critical moment, and Mamedyarov went a bit wrong, and now he's not doing as well. I don't know. Maybe he is still okay, but now Feruzia is better. And Caruana has somehow survived against Shankland. He's still alive and like nothing terrible has happened to him yet. And
yeah, but the rook
yeah.
f4, what did not happen?
Oh, it didn't happen. He didn't play that. That was such a beautiful move. Hikaru did play queen f5.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, well, we know
Computer
that it's
does
not
not
going
like
to
it.
end.
Yeah.
It's not going to end like this. I think Dominguez will find rook e6, but you know,
Yeah, rook e6 is such a natural move, of course.
Yeah. Well, I think
By the way,
uh-huh.
chat, you are the supporting the stream, so the stream is supported by the chat. So spam your prime if you want to support us.
Oh yes. Here we go. Prime is like a Prime subscription, right?
Yes.
Okay.
That's if you have Amazon Prime, it's free to subscribe to any channel once a month. You can convert it into a subscription. Yeah.
Oh, that's so awesome. Wait, I have Amazon Prime, so I can like subscribe.
Okay, there you go, Irina. Go fix it. We got some primers in the chat.
Very cool. All right. So Dominguez found rook e6. You know what game this reminds me of, Maria? It reminds me of this sad game in the, I think it was the first round of the candidates that we were commentating here on Hikaru's channel, Hikaru versus Fabiano, where Hikaru just got this great position out of the opening with black, and later on just made a bad misjudgment and got into very bad like situation like this without counterplay. Like in that game, his king was weak, but in this game, it's like, okay, the bishop is bad, right? Like some kind of big strategic flaw, and just very reminiscent of that game. Like the only difference is like this is getting into the blitz stage, so I think he's got better chances than in a classical game.
Yeah, for sure. We all know brilliant skills of Hikaru to play blitz and also bullet.
Except he just blundered a really big tactic, right? Oops. Oh
yeah.
no. Oh no.
Well, it didn't happen yet.
It didn't happen, but it's a very basic tactic. I mean, is there something else that Dominguez like could be afraid of? Like, is there some sort of rook e8? But there's really not, right? I guess,
not really.
I mean, he'll probably try something like that,
but you just move a queen.
Yeah, and then the queen moves. But maybe he's thinking he's got some activity. I mean, like, I can see that. I don't know. It's like something, right? A little bit of activity for black. At least it could worry white a bit. Yeah, I can see like how he might think that this is really bad, and so he's actually trying to goad him into that. Maybe he didn't blunder that. It would be a little surprised if Hikaru blundered that. Maybe he's trying to goad him into that so he can get the e file.
Like a pawn sack.
Yeah, because I mean he just wants the e file, and like when there's this little time, I think it kind of makes sense. I actually think it's not a bad approach by Hikaru. just make it like really, really chaotic on the board.
Yeah. Well,
Let's see if Dominguez like is gonna do it. I'm very curious because like obviously
mhm.
he sees this, right? Like this is basically like tactics for 800 rated players, right?
Yeah, typical puzzle rush. But maybe he will be like, oh no, Hikaru being so good at tactics, he wouldn't have blundered that. That must be a trap.
Yeah, well, the thing is, of course, white has lots of good options. Like white doesn't have to do any of these things, but I mean, yeah, he can also take with the knight, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, Hikaru gets the e file, right? That's what he's interested in. So like knight takes, I would think that he
Oh,
would
he
take
played knight d6. He didn't
knight
go for
d6.
it.
Oh, he didn't go for it. Okay, cool. So he went for something good, but maybe not as good. And so we got the trade on d6.
Yeah, we got the trade. We are getting rook e8, and we
Yeah,
still have a pawn on b6.
right.
Plus
That's exactly it.
Hikaru
Yeah,
is on the same amount of time, which I'm sure he is better
right.
to handle
Yeah,
such a time.
yeah. No, I kind of like this. I kind of like it. Like Dominguez like could have had the similar position with like the extra b pawn, but okay, they would the dark squared bishop still would have been on the board, and I guess he wanted to get rid of it. All right. So Skyway says, doesn't matter, Hikaru still lost. Okay, guys, don't ever count someone out when there's like a minute on the clock. And like, this is where Hikaru, I think he's going to come to life right now. This is the best position he's had for a few moves.
Yeah, but that's why we also need people in the chat like that, because they bring luck. They will always yeah believe in the worst, and Hikaru will still win because he doesn't care.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So you gotta, yeah, all of you can say that he's got a hopeless position and no chances, but in the end, he will prove that wrong. Yeah. And Dominguez has got 40 seconds. Okay, so Hikaru needs to figure out how he's defending this pawn, right? How is he defending this pawn? I don't know.
By
Queen C5.
counterattacking?
Yeah, Queen C5. The problem is there's Rook C6, and you also have to watch out for H5, right? The queen's not going to be able to hold both pawns.
No, Queen C5 is too passive. We need some counterattack here, and probably give up on B6.
Yeah. This is an interesting move the computer is suggesting. I mean, it's possible that he'll go for it. He might be a little reluctant to trade the queens. Rook E6 makes a lot of sense. It gives up that pawn.
There is a very nice tactics,
Yeah.
actually. So the pawn on d3 is a weakness, right? Well,
Yeah.
Hikaru did not do it, but there was an idea of queen g4. And if white takes on g4, intermediate check on e1,
Mm-hmm.
and then the pawn on d3 cannot be defended by white.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so he went here. Ooh, wait. He did not take. Okay. So he wanted to avoid the queen trade or something. Oh, and now Dominguez is trying to get the queen trade. Yeah, so it's annoying. It's annoying, but Hikaru can trade and then maybe go for this pawn. Yeah. It's not easy to decide on that. Hikaru doesn't have a lot of time. Ooh, he didn't decide on that. He decided to keep the queens on the board. Ooh, check here, maybe check again. Okay, it looks dangerous. It looks like there might be a winning attack against this king. Oh, this move is a little too obvious, yeah? Check. Okay, wait. Rook d7. Okay, he didn't play it. He played rook d7. He was threatening queen f7, so Hikaru went there. Hikaru is definitely not doing well here.
Well, at least it's easier for Hikaru to play in terms of just defending with obvious moves, while Dominguez needs to find how to create threats.
Right.
So what now? Queen e7, then rook g8.
Right. Yeah, that's the nice part for him. Like actually Dominguez is only 16 seconds. That's actually I still think there could be some save possible. But the 10 seconds is a lot as an increment.
Maybe now queen f7 if king h7, then queen f6. Oh, he just took a
He
pawn.
just took the pawn. Yeah, he's protecting this guy. Rook c8, good move. Yeah, now the rook will come back, and then the queen can come back. I mean, maybe Hikaru can activate his rook, get some play. Is on this check, we got to go back. Okay, there's no forced queen trade, which I think is important.
20 seconds for Dominguez.
So he gave a check. H7. Okay, it was like check back, check back. Okay. So he's earned a little bit of time, Dominguez. Yeah,
Yeah,
Hikaru's gonna,
still back to 20 seconds. It's gonna be like that for a while.
yeah. He really needs to bring his defensive skills like to the table right now.
Meanwhile, Alireza won his game against Mamedyarov.
Okay, he wants the queen trade. We don't really want the queen trade. That's the thing. But you're forced into it because of that pawn. Right.
Yeah,
Hikaru made
so
the best move, but the problem is with the queens off the board, there's a lot less pressure on Dominguez now because Hikaru is not going to have many threats at all. So technically speaking, yeah, this looks pretty bad.
yeah, that's true.
King
Well,
e3.
he can still take on f2 if the king goes to e4.
Yeah.
I guess white can also try to play rook d8 and push the pawn further and only then join up with the king.
Yeah, maybe
But you
what
still
the
need to
king
be
needs to
precise.
do is like, can the king try going towards this pawn? Actually, but you know, in Blitz, it's kind of hard to go here. That's the thing. It is kind of hard to just like give up the f2 pawn. So I'm not surprised that he didn't do it. Still chances to survive.
No, he's giving it up now. So rook f2 is forced pretty much, but then white can take on b6.
Yeah.
Well, I do agree now that it is a dead lost position, but still Dominguez is very low on time. So who knows?
Yeah, the problem is when you get into such a technical position, like white doesn't have to really worry about missing some tactic or allowing some counterplay. So yes, with 10-second increments, and this position has a large margin. Like it's not like you're winning in only one way. You're kind of winning in pretty much in every way.
Yeah,
So
true.
yeah, a little sad for Hikaru. Yeah, and the worst part was that he allowed Dominguez to get a simple position, you know, not just a better position, but like a better position that was like fairly simple to play.
So if he initiated that queen trade before losing a pawn on d4, then it probably would have ended up in a draw. But that was a very subtle tactics, which probably doesn't even come to mind. It was a computer.
Right,
I'm
yeah.
not taking any credit for that tactics.
Yeah. So right now, okay, so well, we're likely to see. Yeah, it's actually quite tricky. So a2. What is Dominguez gonna play? Yeah, so they're trading and white just has the extra d pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a big
Oh,
difference
okay.
between
Actually, I was saying they're trading, but maybe he's still thinking about that.
king c6, you mean?
Yeah, maybe white's not gonna take the pawn.
But then
But he did.
black would have given a check, and then attack it again.
Yeah, this looks quite winning. Yeah, this is just you know, the computer doesn't give this such a big evaluation, like +3, but actually it's completely winning.
Yeah, it's technically
you just bring the pawn up. Yeah. And Caruana is now, you know, is actually a bit better against Shankland, but we might get to that game if this game ends soon. So now
yeah, it probably will. Like, why doesn't even really need to know the rule of doing a breach or like any Philidor positions. It's very obvious that the black king is cut off by a rook. So he just pushes, then brings the rook to protect the king. Or even not that, but just king goes to e8 basically. So
well, the only consolation here, you know, Maria, is that Dominguez is a very nice guy. This is the bright spot in this
I
cloud.
don't think it will help Hikaru to feel better after this game. He indeed is a very nice guy, but a lot of players are very nice, and you still
Yeah.
will hate yourself for losing to them.
Yeah. So it looks like the game ended and Hikaru, both players have left the table. Shall we just take a quick look at what is going on between Caruana and Shankland? They're on move 61. Okay, so obviously Caruana is completely
It
out of
does look
trouble.
like the worst is over for Fabi.
Oh yeah. But maybe they're just, I mean, is he gonna go for this pawn? I think he
Oh
should.
yeah, that's good. That's
Yeah.
yeah, fair plan. You
Mhm.
destroy the chain on the pawn chain on the
Because
queen side.
this is just a repetition. It's
Mhm.
they how many times have they repeated the
No
move? Not
progress
much.
for white, yeah.
Yeah. Of course, the problem with this is that you're hanging this pawn and you got to do some calculation. Ooh, oh, he went for the drawing line. Okay.
Well,
Uh-huh.
he's also very low on time, and
Yeah.
maybe sacrificing on d4, he did not feel like it's enough, and it can be just very complicated position where he is lower on time. I, of course, don't expect Fabi to settle for a draw just because he was losing earlier, and I'm pretty sure he was very well aware how bad his position was. But chess is chess. As someone remembered the recent meme, chess speaks for itself. Yeah, of course, you do get the exact result that you deserved.
Well, speaking about that, Maria, I'm excited that Hans is playing in the Blitz portion of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. I think it's great to give him another chance to play.
Yeah.
Uh, he's an exciting player, lots of decisive games. He didn't have a very good FTX crypto cup, but I think it's just like it's a challenging format because it's matches of 4 games, right? Like he
Mm-hmm.
won a lot of individual games, but it was like you know in a set of 4 somehow it didn't go. It didn't quite go his way, and
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's not easy to win a 4 game match against some of these top players.
Yeah, for sure. If it started not well, it can end up even worse because you're trying to strike back and they just don't let you, and going for a draw is not an option. While in a just like Swiss or the round robin tournament, you would easily go for a draw against this opponent, but yeah, it just doesn't
Yeah,
work.
and I loved his interviews as well. Um, Brought a lot of excitement to the world of chess. Now we know how much he spends on Uber Eats. So yeah, no, I enjoyed all of those frank interviews that he did.
Very straight to the point, yeah.
Yeah. Well, that we need personalities in the chess world, you know.
Did you also like that clip where he needed to go for a bathroom break during the game and he had
I
to run?
I didn't see that one.
I think it was like probably next day after this famous Chess Speaks for Itself interview. So I felt like the hosts really enjoyed going kind of like back at him for that interview, because it can be a little disrespectful to do that, like just to walk away from an interview without any comments. And so during the game he really needed to go to the bathroom, so he used his time to just run, and so they filmed it and they published like a clip of
Oh,
that.
nice.
That
Nice.
was pretty funny.
I have to find that. So Maria, we are going to go on a short break before the second round starts in just 15 minutes, guys. And we're going to be rooting for Hikaru to make a comeback in this tournament. I mean, this is just the first round. Yes, it
Yes.
didn't go so well, but I'm quite sure that Hikaru is capable of giving us a better show in the next 2 games.
And it was with black pieces, so of course he's gonna be fighting and gonna be trying to win the next games. And while we are on a break, you can spend a couple of seconds and convert your prime into a subscription and support the stream. So see you soon.
See you soon, guys. Hey guys, we're back for round two of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Hikaru lost the first game to Dominguez, and now he's white against one of the hottest young players around, Alireza Firouzja. And yeah, let's see what Hikaru brings to this game. Will he open with one E4 or one D4, Maria? What do you think?
I would put E4 on as a bet from my side. I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember because they played each other in the candidates, right? So this is, I gotta dig this up in my memories. They played each other in the candidates. So at least Hikaru was white in one game against Alireza. And you know what's funny, Maria? I literally cannot pull to mind at all his games with Alireza. Like I know his other games, right? His games like Caruana with Nepo, but with Rapport even. But Alireza, it's like a blank. Did those two? I guess they must have made like two draws. That because I just don't remember there being a decisive game there.
Mhm.
But okay, which game you think E4? Yeah, more likely by Hikaru.
Yeah, well, actually, because Fabiano's game is still running, they are not starting this second round on time. So I think we can quickly have a look. It's about to be finished because no pawns have moved.
Oh, they're still
they
playing?
just finished now.
Oh wow,
It was
I
just
didn't
agreed
realize they were
literally
playing for
now.
118 moves. Wow. That's pretty crazy. That's why the round is delayed, huh?
I think they went for a 50 move rule. Is it correct?
Yeah, so
The
that's
last capture
118.
was on
So
move
68.
67.
Yeah.
67. So it is 50 move rule then. Because
Yeah.
they were just moving the knights, the kings.
You know what I'm curious about? So why can't black like go and win that pawn? That's
I don't know. It does look like maybe white had some chances, but not with this. Well, he did not opt for rook b3 and taking on b7 when he had a chance. So I guess Fabi just did not want to risk anything in this position and just
yeah.
take a draw if it happens to be a draw.
So the players they're not at their boards yet. Knight a3 to c4. I mean, it would have been kind of interesting. What would white play here? I guess they're going to be giving away this pawn, and so it's like some sort of, I don't know. Actually, I don't know why Shankland couldn't try. Of course, it's a little risky looking.
Like e6 and knight g6.
Yeah, it does look a little risky, but
it does. But at the same time, the knight cannot attack the king on e8 faster than in 3 moves.
Wait, I can answer that question, Hisham. How much does the winner get by winning this tournament? It's $40,000. I believe it's 40,000 for each part, the rapid and the blitz. So 40, 30, 25. The prize fund is pretty nice. Plus the players are playing for grand chess tour points. So this tournament is a series. It's from a series of 5 events. 3 of them were like rapid and blitz, and 2 of them in classical. And the last one is going to be the Singfields Cup, which is going to follow this event. And the people who get the most grand chess tour points from all these tournaments are also going to get extra money, 100,000, 50,000, and 25. So
And the
yeah,
cup, I think, as well, right? It was a
yeah.
nice cup that was presented. In the past, we used to have to wait until December before we know the winner of the overall Grand Chess Tour, because London Classic also was included, but they dropped out somewhere before the pandemic started, and now it ends with St. Louis, which I think is nicer in terms of, oh, we have an arbiter, I think, announcing that the players can take their seats.
I see that Naka and Ferruzia have played a ton of games. They actually played in the chess.com Bullet Championship at some point last year. And in the candidates, okay, I don't have those games, but I see Hikaru has done he's done d4 against him. They've had a Benko gambit. He's done e4. He's definitely done more e4s, right? So I think you're on safe grounds there, predicting e4, but it wouldn't be altogether shocking if Hikaru went for d4.
Yeah, for sure. But I think he can start with either. Chat is also expecting to see b3. I don't think he will play b3. Not in this tournament. At
Well,
least
that's
not in
maybe
the
what
second round.
I think he leaves that more for Blitz chess, right? He's definitely a specialist in this kind of knight of 3 and b3 stuff. But for rapid, I don't know if he's going to rely on that for rapid. So game has not started yet. The players are not at the board. Maybe we can take a look. Meanwhile, Maria, what happened in the game between yeah. Where is it?
I actually did find the
Oh,
candidates game between
oh,
Nakamura and Firouzja,
oh,
and it
good.
was e4.
E4, and what happened after? It was like E5?
It was actually Sicilian.
Sicilian. Wow.
Yeah.
What kind of Sicilian?
I think, well, it was b6, knight f6, a6. Is it called open? Oh, and then he played e5. So yeah, Lorenzo did play e5.
So it was like this?
Yeah, so then d6,
Mm-hmm.
d4.
Ah, okay. So yeah, well, Ali Reza does play the Najdorf, right? So C takes, knight takes. So they had a Najdorf?
No. So he then played knight f6, knight c3,
Uh-huh.
a6,
Uh-huh.
bishop e3, e5.
Uh-huh. Okay. So there we go. Yeah, all right. Well, if we get that, I will be really happy because that's definitely one of the more exciting battlegrounds. And I think, yeah, there's a decent chance we might see this, right? Because both players are aggressively minded. Ali Reza definitely doesn't shy away from this kind of opening fight. He played the Najdorf a number of times in the candidates. So yeah, I do hope we see that. That would be, I think, the most exciting option for us today.
Yeah, and it's especially cool that he played it in the candidates. Like you can, well, players usually will surprise us with something cool like that in Blitz or Rapid, and candidates or, well, championship games usually we're going for some quite repetitive, a bit boring lines, right? Like
In the
Petrov,
Berlin.
like
Yeah.
Berlin, and like over and over. So
Mm-hmm.
it's always cool to see players like that coming up with some really unexpected openings. But then again, his tournament did not go so well. So one might also say, when you are risking a lot, you're also losing a lot as well as winning a lot. So you need to win more than lose.
Yeah, he had one strikingly bad loss in the Najdorf against Nepo in the candidates. So that was over quite quickly. So Hikaru is at the board. He's looking focused. And we're waiting for Ali Reza to show up. And by the way, we should mention, guys, that Jeffrey Xiong is replacing Richard Report in both the Rapid and the Blitz, while Hans is replacing Report in the Sinkfield Cup. Oh, look at that. I got that wrong, guys. I think I told you that Hans was going to be playing the Blitz, but no, Hans will be playing the Classical. He will be playing the Sinkfield Cup, and Jeffrey's the one who's replacing Report in the Rapid and the Blitz. Right. So got that confused. Thank you for that clarification from our team. Yeah,
Well, that means he will have enough time to run to the toilet this time.
Well, that also means that like that's definitely going to be his strongest classical tournament ever, right? That's going to be I mean, he's already had some of this experience in the faster time controls against the top guys, but in classical chess, I mean, at that level, I don't think he's had a chance yet. So it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, for sure. It's a great experience for him.
All right. So Firouzja is at the board. He's got black t-shirt on. Hikaru's got more of like a floral looking shirt.
I love this t-shirt. I love this shirt.
Which one?
The floral one.
Yeah.
Well, I really like the colorful attire generally, and as photographer as well. So yeah, this one is definitely one of my favorites.
How many games are there? Well, there are 3 games per day in the Rapid. So today is actually my only day covering the Rapid, guys. I'll be back for the Blitz on Monday and Tuesday. So then we're going to have, of course, a larger amount of games in the Blitz. But for Rapid, it's 3 rounds per day, round robin, all play all. And that means they play 9 games. And I believe Hikaru started with
Yeah, we were all wrong.
Yeah. Look at that. He went for knight of 3 and e3. So he's actually kind of going for the repertoire that he, employs more in Blitz. But okay, he hasn't played b3 yet. He might.
It's a bit more flexible, I guess. Knight of 3.
Oh, he went for b3. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay. It was a bit delayed, but yes, b3.
And Firouzja seems to be pretty prepared for this. Like he's not wasting any time thinking about the opening. So Hikaru is not really, it's not really that surprising when Hikaru goes for this. And Hikaru is the one thinking here. I don't know what he's thinking about. Like bishop b2. Yeah, it seems like what you got to play. And Firouzja castles. And now big choice, right? You can go knight c3, you can play d4. Wow, Hikaru goes g3. A little bit different. I mean, it's definitely not the most common or natural move, I would say. What do you think, Maria?
Yeah, and he actually never really played this line before in his games. Up until here, it was following his games against Fabiano and Vichy and Kavyakin and Wesley. They played a lot of games with Wesley, and Hikaru won a number of them. But for some reason, he decided not to go for his usual either d4 or knight c3. d4, I think, was most common in his games before. But yeah, he decided to play g3 this time.
Yeah, this setup, queen on e2, it makes sense. Okay, black should be going knight c6. I mean, I said, whoa, okay. I mean, slightly surprising move by Ali Reza, and that didn't even, again,
and very quick as well.
Yeah, it didn't take him long to do that. Okay, so what's the point, actually? What is the point? He's definitely not going to be playing d4 anytime soon with that queen c8 move. Yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled a little bit by that move. I mean, it's not like it's a terrible move. We just kind of wonder like why exactly was it played? Huh.
You mean what's the idea behind queen c8?
Yeah. I mean, like, okay, so knight c6 was the obvious move, right? So then you would have to understand, like, okay, well, what did white want to do here? Not so clear. right? Many ways to play. You can arrange the pawn structure like that. You can go for d4, like very well. That those are the big decisions, and you can consider taking as well, right?
Mhm. Well,
So
there are a few games played in a database with Queen C8. It's roughly for each game with Knight C6. With one game played with Queen C8, 30 games with Knight C6 were played. So that's how uncommon is this move. But I wonder if the fact that it was played a lot in Parham's games can have something to do with the fact that they played for the same team in the
I'm sure it
past.
does, right? I mean, okay, they're from the same country, from Iran. So if Maksudlu was playing this, I would say that yeah, there's a good chance that that has something to do with Ali Reza playing this move in this game. But okay, the obvious move is knight c3, right? I mean, I see the computer is also suggesting this, but it's kind of surprising. Like, would Hikaru really put the knight on the side of the board? Like, what are the benefits? I would be surprised, but
Yeah, he did play
normal.
Knight C3, in fact, and Alireza immediately responded with Rook D8.
More surprises. Okay.
Well, Alireza keeps playing, just adding more time on his clock. He's still above 25 minutes.
Does black want to play there? Probably not. Probably we can just take and go knight b5, and you're gonna have trouble with that pawn. So I don't think it's a big threat. I mean, rook c1 is a possibility. Obviously, taking here is a really big possibility because white wants to figure out how black is going to recapture, because if they take with a pawn, then you're definitely going pawn d4. If they take with a piece, which they probably will, maybe like something like that is what he's going for. So he wants the queen here. Not a bad square for the queen.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting idea.
That's
I
the
always find it interesting to find the queen on a8 at the end of the game, sitting there and defending the bishop and like creating a lot of threats over the big diagonal.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely unusual. And Hikaru played rook ac1, right? So I guess he didn't want to go in for those trades just yet. I think he probably got that feeling that Alireza had this queen b7 move in mind. So I think Hikaru's move makes sense. And now
if knight c6, then he can take on d5. And then the bishop cannot recapture after knight takes d5, knight takes d5.
You know what I'm wondering about, Maria? Is there anything crazy like with pawn takes and knight b4?
Well, we will take on e6, and you don't have time to take on a2, right? Because we will take on f7 with a check.
There's no time for this stuff. Actually, you don't even need the knight here to play bishop a6. You could just play bishop.
Oh yeah, true. You can play it immediately, but then probably knight b5. Although going into a pin, but there are also some interesting ideas there. Well, you can always play a4 later. But I guess d4 is a possibility with the queen being on c8.
Well, Alireza is thinking after rook c1, so that move did put him into some thought.
Yeah, you really find your queen in an unusual spot there, and you cannot, as you said, you cannot play on b7 yet. And
You know what I think he's thinking about? He's also thinking about just taking, because that way he gets rid of all these ideas in the C file. There's not going to be any more of this like white taking and playing d4. The rook is not going to be, too dangerous to him. I actually feel like there's a decent chance he's going to play a move like that and then develop. Then play something like knight d7 or knight c6.
Yeah, we have some pineapple spam in the chat.
Beautiful pineapple. Pineapple has this very important thing called bromelain, if I'm pronouncing it right. It's kind of some kind of a neutral nutrient. I learned that recently.
Yeah, apparently a pineapple is also a sign of wealth and hospitality.
Hmm. Nice. Um, yeah, well, there's a lot of pineapples in India. You know that there I passed by a whole region where like their specialty was pineapple.
Wow, I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Oh
I had
yeah.
a feeling that the India had a huge invasion by BoJack Horseman.
What's that like?
I don't know if you guys saw a lot of pictures, but everyone had like selfies with Thambi, with the
Oh, that one.
with
Yes.
yeah.
That cute horse. Yeah.
Yeah, but like, isn't he a complete copy of BoJack Horseman?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what he looks like, but yeah. But you know, in India, they also, okay, I can just tell you a little bit about the vegetation, guys. I'm sure you're gonna be fascinated by that. Um, Knight C6 though happened. Knight C6 and D3. Okay. So what can we say here? Will Black be playing D4? And what? After pawn takes, knight B5, bishop C5? Is that the idea?
Or take with a knight?
Take with a knight, maybe even. Yeah, you can take with the pawn or you can take with your knight. Maybe throw in that capture.
Mm-hmm. So is this good for black?
You know, it's fine for black. I wouldn't say that black
It's
is
definitely fine for
better.
black. They don't
Yeah.
have any problems after the opening.
Yep, they can go queen B7. Queen is actually quite well placed on this diagonal. So I would think that this is a pretty ambitious way of playing for Ali Reza. And yeah, I think he'll play it actually. I don't think it's too complicated to figure out, Maria, because if you don't take the pawn, if you don't do that, then I'm just going to play it there.
Mm-hmm.
That's obviously good for black. Black is going to be getting
Yeah, exactly.
the space.
And you also need to really be careful with where you place your knight. If you're not taking on g4, you have to move the knight somewhere.
Well,
And
thank
going
you,
to
F.
e4.
Hume. I'm glad you appreciate our knowledge on vegetation. I didn't even get to tell you about all the bananas and coconuts and papaya that grow in India.
Do you like papaya, by the way?
I mean, I like all fruits, you know? I mean, that's the thing. Isn't fruit meant to be liked? That's why it's so sweet. Yeah, I also had guava. And one of the places I stayed at, they were growing avocados, which is like my
Wow.
favorite. I loved their avocado salad. I mean, everything is just like, you know, you can eat your food grown locally, which I found really nice.
I know that a lot of players were very careful with eating vegetables or fruits and like mostly avoided eating those because obviously we don't know how they were washed. But
Yeah.
mostly in the hotels it was a clean water used. I personally love papaya and I was like eating a full plate of papaya every day. And once I was joined by Anna Kramling and Jules Moussard, and they both tried papaya and they were like, oh my God, this is so horrible. Like, how can you eat that? And they
Wow,
both like
papaya.
found it absolutely disgusting too.
Okay. I also forgot to mention the mango trees. Yeah, the
Oh,
mango.
mango. I love mangoes.
Yeah.
Mangoes are my favorite.
I think I had the lassi only one time in my trip to India, and I can't remember where. Um, all right, but look, Ali Reza did go d4, guys. He thrust that pawn in to White's position, and we're getting, you know, the position that we talked about after pawn takes, knight takes, bishop takes, a bunch of trades, and Ali Reza actually coming out with a nice position, and very interesting that Hikaru goes knight b1. I mean, I have to say that that move surprises me.
Indeed.
Wow. So Hikaru takes the knight all the way back. Now, what does that mean? Like, what does he see as the future for that knight there? Does he want to go like knight d2 and knight f3 and he just doesn't want to trade pieces? That must be it.
Yeah, he did not like knight e4 for some reason, because of the pin or... something else. Or did not, yeah, maybe did not want to trade pieces, but it looks like black has quite a comfortable position.
Yeah, I mean, what we're in is a kind of, it's what's called a reverse Benoni structure. The only thing is that black's pawn is not there and perhaps will never be there. Well, what does white want? Okay. First, oh, I know what white wants. Kind of. I think I know. Yeah, white wants to go bishop a3. That's why Hikaru played knight b1 also, because he searched, because I was thinking, like, what in the world is this bishop going to be doing? It's so terrible. And so actually we do want to trade it, but the problem is black might not really cooperate. He might say something like, well, I'll put my bishop there. So if you want to take me, you're going to have to improve my pawn structure, help me capture towards the center. So yeah, no, this is a double-edged position for sure. It's not going to be, I mean, the pawn structure is imbalanced, right? So that always means that the game is going to be more sharp.
Yeah, for sure.
Let's see. So what else can black do? Well, yeah, black actually has a very funny move here. This one, like attacking the pawn.
And also preventing bishop a3
Yeah,
move.
I mean, that's pretty sophisticated. That's a pretty sophisticated move just to provoke a3 and then bring the queen back. I don't know.
Is it called a disappearing move as well? When we do that, we maybe provoke white to play a3, and then we move the queen back. So the structure gets worse for white.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like you like a3 seems like such a terrible move for white. It's just that this move is an idea. I wonder if Alireza will pick up on it. I mean, I wonder if he will be prophylactic to that extent, because there's other ways to be prophylactic too, right? You don't necessarily have to go queen a6. But what will he do? I mean, queen c6 is sort of the obvious move, improve the queen. And then I kind of wonder, will Hikaru go queen f3? He might, right?
Maybe, yeah. The black queen becomes quite dangerous here. So maybe trading it makes sense. But then what do we do next? How can, well, we have a majority of pawns on the queen side. So what is the plan for white? To play like a3, b4, and then try to play c5?
Yeah, so first of all, Alireza gave the check on b7, and now Hikaru, he doesn't want the trade. He doesn't want the boring game. So he goes king g1. Okay, good for him. I'm happy to see that. We have seen a lot of endgames so far in this tournament, Maria, and we don't need to see another one so soon.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, so king g1, and now Alireza thinking he's behind on the clock, so that's nice. 5-minute advantage for Hikaru. Now, what to do? What was the point of that check, actually?
Do you know the funny thing is, this position has happened in the past. It's not the first time this move order is played.
Wow, all of the 17
moves. All of the moves.
Wow, that
apart from h5.
Surprising.
So h5 is where it diverted, and the game was played. I'm not sure where, but we know the player who played with white, Eduardo Martinez Alcantara. He plays a lot on chess.com. Is it Jospem? I think his nickname is, if I'm not mistaken. He won a lot of Title Tuesdays, or was in top 3. And that game he also won, but his opponent did not.
Yeah,
his opponent did not go for h5. He went for b5 and eventually lost the game.
b5, yeah.
Yeah, it's also an
Okay,
interesting move.
interesting move. Yeah.
Yeah.
H5. I mean, I love that aggression from Ali Reza, and I especially like it because it gives Hikaru more chances when someone is making moves like H5. But okay, I mean, Ali Reza's idea is quite clear. He wants to drive that pawn in and make a checkmate threat. So I think it makes sense to head with a knight somewhere here. But let's say you go knight d2, which he actually did. So that's on the board, and then h4. Now he has kind of a big decision, right? What to do here. I mean,
Chat sees plus 0.6 and immediately Hikaru is winning, Hikaru is winning. Well, again, it's very far from winning. In fact, this position is quite double-edged. Don't forget about the king on g1 being restricted from any move. It does indeed look pretty scary. And
the
when the pawn
problem,
is on
Maria, is that the computer's favorite move is something that is very difficult for a player to actually make himself do, right? To take that pawn and double up the pawns in front of the king. If that's the best move that white has, I'm not sure that Hikaru is going to play it. I mean, it's so much against, you know, what we kind of have as instincts as chess players.
What about queen f3? Is it bad?
Yeah, queen f3 is a safe move. I mean, I also feel like Hikaru, I don't know if he wants to do that. Queen takes, knight takes, pawn takes, pawn takes, like bishop c5.
Well,
I mean,
I suppose he already moved the queen. Well, he already did not go for a trade earlier, so it might be also
he
psychologically
took the
harder.
pawn. He did.
Oh,
Wow.
wow. He plays like a computer.
Yeah, he does. I mean, just fearless, right? Like opening up his king.
Show me
Okay.
what you've got.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I love that. So we're going to see definitely an unorthodox battle here. Yeah, and I agree, you know, with F. Hume's comments, right, that like it just wasn't that likely that Hikaru was going to go for this when he already showed that he wasn't very inclined to this queen trade. He wanted to stay in the middle game. But anyway, so he takes the pawn, rook AC8 by Ali Reza. Not 100% sure what this move does. I mean, okay, I guess that's what it does. That's what it's hoping to do. Not bad. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, we don't have b4, so we can't stop it.
Yeah. So
we don't have
we
this, Maria.
Knight f3 and knight e5 to stop it, and then, oh, I don't know if we can play f4, but we might have to eventually if rook c5 and h5 is such a big threat.
Yeah, you know what this position is? It's interesting. Like, on one hand, I see like, okay, there's some narrow path for white to be, you know, let's say somewhat better. But honestly, if white makes a mistake, this could go downhill really fast.
Yeah.
There's also like a lot of precision required by white. So yeah, we'll see how Hikaru navigates it, but it's definitely kind of we're gonna enter some choppy waters.
At least it's interesting to watch. It's definitely always interesting to see the sacrifices like that. But it wouldn't be fun to lose a game.
Yeah, so you know, like what I was saying is like we don't have the typical thing that we normally do when we lose a G pawn. We don't have King H1, Rook G1. That diagonal is covered by black, and unfortunately, if you play F3, I think that they just go Knight H5, right? And well,
or same idea, Rook C5.
Yeah, Rook C5 is also possible. I mean, okay, this is still pretty annoying kind of ideas. Yes, there's F4, but I mean, Knight H5 is definitely one of the things. And then there's also, yeah, there's also this and that. And you're really risking kind of not having very good minor pieces here, especially this bishop I'm concerned about.
Yeah, and the position of black is so flexible. After Rook C5, Rook H5 maneuver, you can also play King H7, Rook H8, and King G7. It looks like a long kind of little castle, but it does bring a second rook to a game, and it looks really dangerous. Plus, the king cannot really easily run away because the pawn on d4 stops it all. Yeah, you have only like one move, and so many pieces might want to go there. You also want to defend the pawn on h4, with queen to f2 or queen e1. Yeah, it all looks a little bit clumsy for white. So definitely that pawn sacrifice was positionally a good decision. Positionally and also for the time situation, of course, because it's much more difficult for white to play now.
Yeah, and it's also like after knight f3, which I think Hikaru will probably do because there's just not a whole lot else. You know, not only do you have to consider rook c5, but I would say also knight h5 is still a big idea.
Yeah, I really don't want to go for f3. Like it would be the last resort to weaken your position so much and also to make the queen so ugly. It's better to play knight f3, especially that our knight is not in a game currently.
Yeah, but still, this is quite an active idea of putting the knight here and they go there. You have a nice queen g4 move.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think Hikaru will find it. Did he? No, he played queen f3. Okay. So he got scared of something. Well, logical things. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we can understand of what of that. Like I can see like 5 things I will be scared against. Not only Alireza, but a lot of other players.
Alireza says no. No queen
now
trade.
it's his
Wow.
turn to refuse the trade.
Wow, like does he actually like have these ideas of queen a5 and like using the queen from that direction?
Or taking on a2 as well.
Well, yeah, I mean taking on a2, but like this one we can probably
He
defend.
might not even want to do that. Yeah.
Like the point is like what happens on a4? It must be queen a5, right?
Yeah, probably. Or rook c5.
Yeah.
Maybe even rook c5 and have the option of the queen to go back to c8 and join the battle, maybe with e5 and something like that.
Yep, that's true, right? Wow. So that's basically what we were saying, right? That yes, the computer was kind of liking this for white, but the moment white plays like a not the best move, things can
Not
change.
the best computer move.
Yeah, not the best computer move. Exactly. And that's what happens. And so right now it seems like Alireza has the initiative. And of course, we know that he kind of enjoys these positions, doesn't he? That's his thing, the tactic,
definitely.
calculation.
So what is the best move now? Is it really rook c2? Like who on earth would make a move rook c2 here?
I don't know. To go there so they can't take the pawn because then you trap the queen.
Maybe queen e2. Queen e2, and the idea is that if queen takes, we move the knight to f3.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm really not loving this so much for Hikaru.
But then even bishop a3, and what do you do? Rook b1 only move?
I even feel like this is a pretty difficult move to even, to play. Like you just played queen f3 and now you're going to go back. And then like, yeah, go back and then like lose the pawn. And then you have to consider that you're losing like another pawn. I mean, just in terms of a calculation, it's not like the most obvious to calculate, but
yeah, for sure.
I feel like we're probably going to see something else, but what else is there? Yeah, there's not a whole lot of choices. King h1, maybe just drop the pawn. Try to go rook g1. Hey, maybe that. Kind of like that. I mean, I can see someone playing that. Oh, he played it. Look at that. Exactly. Yeah. Because that's human initiative, not like protecting the pawn in some weird way, but just going for the typical, tuck the king in the corner and the rook on the open file. So I like that. I mean, he needs to change the tide. And Irina would nail the move. Guess.com.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I'm glad I got a couple of moves right today, but yeah, this is one of my standout.
Yeah, maybe we should make a tournament, worldchess.com guess the move championship.
Yeah, that would be actually quite interesting, I think. Yeah, that would be quite cool. if like anyone could participate, like we would watch the games of top players and they would just be playing their games and we would be playing guess the move. I think that would be pretty cool. Like who could play the most like Magnus Carlsen? But I
yeah.
mean, so the thing is though, of course, computers make it a lot less interesting, right? So the question is like, because everyone can get things right with computers, but like, but you'd also have to, you know, be able to get when the players are making not the best computer moves and like what would look logical to them, right? I still think though, Maria, if you did something like that, it would be better to just not allow participants to use the computer engine, just to watch
Yeah,
it.
you do have to turn it off if you want your guess to be recorded. It's not counted if you have an engine on.
Yeah.
But then, of course, you might be able to open it on a second computer and
Right.
do it this way, which of course is not allowed. Having multiple accounts is not allowed.
Right. No, but I think, you know, you can just tell people they're not allowed to use an engine. And if you see somebody who's all their moves like matched up with Stockfish, you know, chess.com has ways to ferret that out, right? So they
For
would just be
sure.
qualified. So basically, you know, yeah, they would be doing like what is it called? The fair play check. So
Fair play, guess the move check. It will be
yes.
a new department on
Yeah, you
chess.com.
see, we're giving them ideas
Yeah.
where they can expand to next. I really think it would be kind of cool because it's very interactive, you know, and everyone can do it. And you know what I think would be cool? Here's another thing, Maria. What you could do is you give prizes by categories. So you give someone like under 1200, under, you know, 1400, and like that way people can be competitive in their category.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yes. All right. So let's see what's on the board. Rook c5 by Ali Reza. By the way, best move according to the computer. Ah, okay. Well, I guess Rook g1, kind of natural. Of course, black has a lot of choices after that. One of the points of this is that you can always have knight h5. You always have rook f5, rook h5. I kind of wonder after rook g1, like which one of those tempting moves would black play because there's just so many possibilities.
Yeah, there are also so many options how to play here instead of rook g1.
I mean, what else can
Like,
he do other than rook g1? Because that's really his main plan. I mean, he can go queen g2, but ultimately it's all about rook g1, right? So
I
I feel
wonder
like
if he
he'll
is even considering rook c2. Because the engine still thinks that this is one of the best moves for white.
yeah. Yeah, it's hard move to play though. So here's how it's gonna go. Let's say rook g1. Okay. So rook f5, fine. Here and here. And so now let's see what black is doing. Is he threatening the pawn? Well, he is. He is. That would be annoying. Also, at some point, black will take there. And you see, Maria, what is the problem? It's the bishop. Bad pieces, guys. They always
Yeah.
come back to bite you.
Yeah, but you cannot really survive a game if you're basically playing a piece down. You
Like this
really
rook
need
is
it in
doing
the
a good
game.
job protecting that pawn.
Yeah.
And you know, positionally, you know, see what's happening here is that he's getting into a bad positional situation here where black is gonna firm things up with g6, putting all these pawns and pieces on the light squares where the black dark squared bishop can't touch them. And then you know, white is just facing a positional disaster. That's really what it is, right? I mean, that's what I was worried about with this capture is that like, okay, well, pawn structure is terrible, and so if you don't get any sort of initiative, um, you're in trouble.
Yeah, for sure. I also wanted to mention that white can play a3, and just to make it clear that black cannot take on a3. because there will be a pin with a rook.
Yeah, like something like this, I think, you know, we don't really need to go further than that to kind of get a sense of what black is aiming for. And so here's one thing. This rook is enormously powerful, just like an amazing rook. I have to give credit to Ali Reza for that because that wasn't like the most obvious maneuver. A
Yeah,
rook,
for sure.
usually we think about rook lifts on the second or third rank, right? Well, third rank mostly. This is the fourth rank, right? Or the fifth rank. It's very rare to do a rook maneuver like this. And
Yeah, absolutely. And he found it pretty quickly as well.
yeah, and the rook is just amazing.
This is second round, Laguzi. This is second out of 3 today.
Should we ask the chat to do some sort of rhymes, like spam the something, spam this flower to give Hikaru power? Because I think we need a little bit of that right now.
Spam, send your prime to get a res alone time. Well, yeah. Hikaru is weak. Hikaru is getting low on time, unfortunately. But now Alireza is thinking. So let's spam a sub so Hikaru gets a dub. I'm not inventing anything new, by the way. That was already created by chat before.
Oh, good.
Chat is super creative. 5 head.
Yeah. All right. So he played rook g1. Yeah. Well, what can you do? It's just kind of like the consistent move with what he's been trying to do.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking like spam this prime to give Hikaru a dime.
Yeah, you can find a lot of nice rhymes here. Nice. Lots of prime gaming. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the primes. Yeah, as I mentioned earlier, I would love to read all of the subs like Hikaru does, but we would have to extend the commentary, the stream by probably like 3 hours because I will be reading it until midnight. Hikaru is just too good at it. He will crush everyone in bullet, also talk about politics. At the same time, he will read all of these subs and also probably check his stocks online and keep up with those.
Nice.
I'm just not I just cannot.
No one says that Hikaru the rap god. Now, does Hikaru rap?
Hikaru probably can rap.
Wow. I didn't know about that. That's cool. That was something I was into some years ago. Now I don't really listen to music as much.
Oh, wow. Maybe you can rap.
Yeah, no, but I can appreciate. I can appreciate it. I like a good beat.
That's a very good answer.
Spam this T. Hikaru once again going 0-3. Okay, look, that's funny. Okay, I have to give you some props for that one. That was really good, but hopefully not. Hopefully not. Okay. Irina thinks he's really a rap god. No, Irina's just asking. Okay. Now, guys, okay, we got a little bit of progress on the board. Let me just refresh the position. So rook f5 happened. Like everything that we talked about is happening, right? Knight h5, a3. Like that was literally what we had.
Yeah, he cannot take on a3. Alireza cannot take on a3 because of rook a1.
Yeah, but he's going to take the other pawn.
Yeah, bishop h4.
I don't see any reason why he can't. I mean, he could start with g6, but he can also just take the pawn. It does look free. And the nice thing for Ali Reza is that, yeah, this rook is amazing. Like you really can't just say enough about that rook because it's basically on an outpost, right? You know, we know that knights enjoy outposts. For a rook to enjoy an outpost is a lot more rare, but that's what it is. You can't get rid of it. Very difficult to challenge that rook, and it's so multifunctional, doing so many things from that square. holding everything, defending, attacking. And basically what's going to happen, the next part of this for black, once he gets these moves in, is actually to figure out how to get the queen in. So let's think about that. How is Ali Reza going to bring his queen into the game? Where would he like to see it? It's a good question, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. We definitely need to defend.
Maybe just
On
like
F2.
that. You know, maybe queen c8, queen c7, and put it on this diagonal. Oh, wait. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess you can't really. I mean, you can like at some point well, there's going to be specific problems for white because there's going to be so many questions about that pawn.
Yeah, we need to defend F2.
Yeah.
Maybe G6, why not?
Why can't the white knight kick the rook, says Don the second. Well, it's hard, right? Like I guess
it's very hard to kick the rook. Idea. The rook is heavier. You cannot really kick it easily.
Yeah, so he took the pawn. So now, okay, knight e4 makes sense. Hikaru is probably going to play that quickly. I think he played something. It's not on the board yet. Actually, he didn't play that. He played rook f1. Okay. A little surprised he didn't go knight e4, but okay.
Maybe he has other plans for this knight f3.
You know, I still think he will play knight e4 because the thing is with knight here, eventually you're going to get hit with like knight f4. I think this looks like the more natural square, so I think he will be putting that knight there at some point. But yeah, rook f1 was weird, like no doubt. Because
G6, and he even left the board. He's probably checking some other games.
Now he's ready to make a move again. Well, he kind of needs.
Now it's knight e4.
He's got half the time that Ali Reza does.
And he stood up again.
Yeah.
There must be something interesting going on in another game. He would not just.
Well, maybe he just needs to go to the bathroom or something.
Maybe.
I mean, in a rapid game, like I feel like I'll just tell you something, Maria. If I were in Hikaru's position, I wouldn't want to look at any other games. Like I would just want to, try to save this one. That doesn't feel that comfortable for him to go check out, Caruana's game.
Well, I cannot really see any game that could just steal his attention. Just Nepo against MVL, any like just a little close to being exciting, but even that is pretty mundane. So I don't think. Yeah, you're probably right. He just needed low.
So knight e4 he played, and okay, so now it's actually his clock is running. Ali Reza pulls the bishop back. And by the way, since one of our viewers suggested challenging the rook like that might be a really good idea.
Knight g3.
Inducing some kind of change in the pawn structure. Yeah. So if they go there, can black avoid this? Well, see, it's not so simple. Although, like, there is rook g5, but then there's probably bishop c1, right? That's important.
Yeah.
Something
and
like
then
that.
If you take takes g3, the rook is a bit strangely placed on g5. And if you place it,
we don't want to do that one, Maria. That one doesn't work out so well for white.
Yeah, that's true. No, we definitely have to take with f pawn.
Yeah.
Or rather, maybe we don't want, but even if we don't want, we have to.
It's all on the board. Okay, good for Hikaru. He played knight g3. Okay, I'm getting a little more optimistic about his position. After this knight g3 move. So why am I happy?
Now? Well, he has rook e5, but that doesn't really give much.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy just because I want to see these pieces leave their beautiful positions.
At least one of them, yeah. It was becoming a bit too suffocating there.
And I'll tell you one more good thing is that like Hikaru is getting some action on the king side while this queen is very far away, right? Like right now, the black queen is not actually in a good position. So, yeah, I still think the game is open. He needs to equalize on the clock because you don't want like Ali Reza having twice the time that you do.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, that's why also I think he was allowing the queen to take on a2 for a while because he did not mind Alireza losing a few tempos.
Finally, he's getting some action. Yeah, he's getting some action. And we're getting a lot of
we're also getting a lot of action in the chat. Well, at least if you are spamming, spam without mistakes. Come on.
Or there mistakes in the pineapple?
Yeah, there are some ugly pineapples there. Come on, we don't need ugly pineapples. Give us good pineapples.
Oh, I didn't realize that this is like an art to make these pineapples.
Yeah, that's a lot of work. Speaking of art and a lot of work, I definitely advise you guys to check the merch shop. I got 3 items. You saw me earlier in a tank top. I have this nice bottle which keeps the drink either cold or hot, depending on what you prefer, and it's very comfortable and nice touch. It's very nice glazing over it. But my favorite is this hoodie, and I'm normally quite neutral about hoodies, but this one has really nice soft feeling inside, and I really like this. I think when the hood is different color, it really adds a lot to the style. So this is definitely my favorite.
So where did you get this this merchandise, Maria?
It's the link. You can see it in the chat being spammed by our wonderful mods.
Is it? Oh, it's Hikaru's merch. Very nice.
Yeah, we have
the
here
bomb cloud.
Yeah.
Okay, nice. Okay.
Yeah, and it was delivered super quickly, even to Europe. They deliver almost the next day.
Awesome.
Yeah,
all right, guys, check it out. Get yourself some GMHikaru merch.
I'm sure you will be even in time to buy it for Hikaru to win his games in this tournament. Maybe not today, but for the next days. Spam the merch. Get all the merch and help Hikaru win. Okay, something is happening. There are trades. Nice.
Spam the merch to get the best perch.
Okay. Irina wrapping, coming.
All right, so let's take a look if something have happened. All right, so let me just reload. Give me a second, guys. Okay, knight takes g3 happened. Pawn takes b5. Man, Ali Reza the computer. It's so annoying to play a computer. I mean, like, that was computer's #1 move. I didn't even want to mention it, but it was. It gets the queen into the game, I guess. Potentially opening the B file as well. All right. Hikaru also playing good move, challenging that rook. Okay. Unfortunately, here's the thing, guys. With all this action going on, White's king is still the weaker king. That's the problem. That king isn't great and the bishop's not great. Yeah. So at the moment, things are not actually going that well, even though things have changed a lot from when they also weren't going that well.
Well, you cannot really do much about the king, but you definitely can do something about the bishop. So the only problem is once he moved the bishop to c1, now bishop takes a3 is possible because white already cannot pin it.
Yeah, e5, good move by Ali Reza. I mean, just completely shutting down that bishop. And Hikaru tries to move it to a different diagonal. But when I see this position, I'm like, okay, that queen's going here. It's just going to go there at some point. Maybe not immediately, but it's a really good square for the queen. And rook b8 can happen as well. So.
Oh, he did not take on a3. Wow.
Yeah.
I suppose he can always take it later.
Oh, you thought that he might take this. Yeah, no, rook b8 makes sense. I mean, Maybe even rook b1 is, well, okay, he needs to be a little careful, right, about this pawn, but that's why we always have queen e6. Needs to be a little careful about queen d5. What actually happens on queen d5 here, Maria?
On queen d5, probably rook to b1.
Queen d5. Oh, you mean, well, we're attacking this pawn.
Ah, we're attacking,
Protect it
sorry.
first. Yeah.
Yeah.
How's it gonna be protected? Maybe queen b7, actually.
Yep. Oh, yeah, okay. We can pin it, yeah. Queen e6 is a bit probably we don't want to trade the queen.
Yeah, this is a tricky move to protect the pawn because it pins the queen and you can't even take it with the rook. So the idea is basically that black is just positionally a lot better in an end game like this because of the center pawns, because of the more active rook. You know, the bishop that's targeting that pawn. It's just an unpleasant end game here. So yeah, it's not an easy situation for Hikaru. He played queen f3, and actually we're heading towards something like this, Maria, because after queen f3, queen b7, well, that's exactly the point that we had on queen d5.
Yeah, now the threat is queen takes f3, rook takes f3, rook b1, rook f1, and bishop a3. So he has to react with the king move, I suppose. King, yeah, he plays king g2. And now the trade happened.
The trade happened, yeah. Okay, king g2, trade, and king takes. Okay. Okay, now the king wants to go in, and that's why Ali Reza is either going to play rook b1 to threaten bishop g5 or bishop a3. Yeah, I think that's what he's going to do. I mean, who can resist that?
Yeah, and Hikaru has to play it with the king to e2.
Yeah, now something.
And now rook a1.
You know? F5
probably
is also
f5, yeah, probably f5 or rook a1 first.
Yeah, because you can't take the pawn because your bishop will hang, and center pawns are powerful. Yeah. Ooh, tough game for Hikaru. Like, you can't even really say, I mean, I feel like he could be even a little more disappointed about the Dominguez game because there he really had quite a decent position. And this game, it's almost like hard to pinpoint where things went wrong for him because Ali Reza just played so well. You know, I mean, after you took on h4, that's it was the right move, objective, I guess, but it was just hard to handle, right? And especially
objectively, it was a good move. Maybe he did. Well, I'm sure he knew that it's a dangerous decision to make. But the problem is that Alireza just played like a computer, as you said.
Yeah.
To then produce so many good moves in a row, it's really rare.
Yep.
And sometimes you just cannot do anything about it.
When was the last time Hikaru went 0-3? Well, he's not going to go 0-3 today, guys. I'm still confident in that. And he hasn't lost this game, but of course, but the position is really tough, and the trend is also not good for him because I think Ali Reza knows that he's doing well. He's confident. He has more time, big advantage on the board. You know, it is kind of hard to see Hikaru like surviving this end game, but it's not, you know, it's not impossible.
Yeah, f5 meanwhile was played.
Yeah, it's too tempting.
He doesn't care for this pawn on a3. I should have realized, since he did not take on a3 earlier when he had the chance, and it was completely normal move. He probably is not gonna take that pawn at all. We can even do a poll. Is Alireza gonna take the pawn on a3 or not?
Like ever in this game?
Ever in this game, yeah.
Well, let me just try to figure out what his plan is. Does he want to play pawn e4? I mean, what he really wants is to have the king here. That's the dream, to have the king in the perfect position supporting the pawns, but it's a little tricky to get him there because as soon as you move to the F file, they take you and it's a check. So that's the question. How does he get this king involved? Oh, here's how you don't get it involved. You don't go there because then you wind up losing your rook. So you got to stay on the light squares. Right, Maria? But then what's the plan though for black?
Well,
Wow.
yeah, it's hard to say.
I mean, I'm just like, so basically one of the best options for white, according to the computer,
Well, you
is this,
take,
yeah, is this rather,
and you give up a bishop.
yeah, is giving
Or
up the bishop, which definitely speaks to the desperate straits that white is in. But Hikaru didn't do that. He did not give up the bishop. He played king d2. Ooh, what? Oh, now he's looking up because, oh yeah, what in the world? Wait, why did he do that? Because now just bishop a3 and he left his rook unprotected. Wow.
well, actually, even stronger move is f4 because white has no moves.
Yeah, 4 is also good, but I just, so what is he trying to do? Something like bishop a3, rook f
c5.
c5? Yeah.
Oh, wait.
King c2 maybe? Maybe he wants to offer like a pawn endgame.
Did our prediction already? Uh-oh.
He took it, yeah.
It happened much sooner than I expected.
I mean, this is kind of funny because in this position, even though black is up a pawn, apparently white is winning. You know, that's not shocking. White has two passers that are very far away from each other. But I mean, black also has those passers, and somehow white is winning. So I'm sure Hikaru, I mean, he's thinking about things like that and calculating these pawn endgames. But I doubt that we're going to see that. But it is, you know, one of the ideas on the board. So after rook a1, c5, yeah, I mean, Hikaru trying to save himself, trying to get the bishop to take the pawn so he can take that pawn and activate his rook.
Yeah, that's the idea. That's why I suppose f4 was even stronger. Like the computer was evaluating a position after f4 instead of bishop a3, 3 points higher. Like it
Wow,
was
all of
almost
this is
+5 for black after f4.
Yeah, so you liked just moving up that pawn, yeah?
And then the threat is the same to take on a3.
Interesting.
And I suppose rook e1, and he just starts bringing the king, and white is just so passive and has no moves, no good moves.
So instead, he took the pawn right away, and then he pushed Hikaru. So, okay, well, obviously this is not getting captured. If they capture, yeah, I can see white making a draw there. It's not behind by much. So king f7. C6, king e6. I mean, what about rook takes f5?
King e6, go back,
Yeah,
bishop
why?
c5.
I mean, we're down a pawn, right? How bad is this for us? Our bishop can't move. It's not great.
Probably quite bad, but not like,
Yeah, it's not like,
not awful.
not over. Yeah, it's not so much.
h4, well, h4 will roll for a couple of moves, but it will easily be stopped. While stopping a pawn will be very difficult.
Now, by the way, Xiang is a lot better against Fabiano. I don't know if he's winning, but he's got the bishop pair advantage in the end game, and he has pretty decent chances to convert that.
Nice.
That would be a big result. Couple of other games finish in a draw. Nepo's game, not so exciting against Vachier. So really we got the Xiang game and Hikaru's game. And Hikaru's trying to stay alive in this end game. He's down a lot on the clock, but Fortunately, Peruzzi is also starting to get lower on time.
Fabiano is also like, yeah, 10 seconds. He had 10 seconds to make a move. Yeah, I believe that Jeffrey can
Oh,
win
wow.
this.
So this is good news for Hikaru. Bishop c5. This is not the best move because Black's king is not really in the game here. So I'm kind of happy to see that. And the only question for White is, should he take the pawn or like throw in that move? And I'm not sure that there's a big difference. I think that there's not. So I think you can really do either. But yeah, I think it was good news that King f7 didn't happen.
Yeah, he definitely missed this this clever way of getting the same position, but with the king on a6.
All right. So I would love for Hikaru to get a draw out of this. King c2. No, first rook f5, bishop d6, and then king c2. Sure, that opens up the bishop. And after rook a1, what can we expect after rook a1? I mean, white is down a pawn, but material is so limited, right? That it's like there's lots of drawing.
Well, we can try rolling the pawn, h4.
Yeah, so rook a1 and h4 is good. Yeah.
Because if a5 now, we're faster, right? Black rook is on the way.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. Shachmach says Hikaru will draw this. Yeah, I agree. I think he will. And after king c2, rook b7 happened. And okay, Hikaru is thinking. So now what? Where should he go? Bishop d2 kind of holds off the a5 pawn. It also holds the c3 square. I mean, it's a reasonable move. Also, if they give you a check, you're able to move up your king instead of having to go passively backwards because your bishop's not going to be hanging. So actually, I do like bishop d2. Makes a lot of sense. But,
yeah, also rook f6 I like. Rook f6, and then you can later play bishop g5 as well.
Yeah, he has to figure out, like, does he want to throw in that attack? We will see. I think he moved something. H4 he played. And then he wound up going back. Not as much of a fan. I'm not sure why Hikaru did that. And he let this rook in. Okay. Well, yeah, I see it, guys. That square. I don't know why he let him in. Wow, it looks like Ali Reza has no time, right?
I think it's a mistake.
Oh, you think that's a mistake? Okay. Because he had 4 minutes. So I was like,
he just had 4 minutes. He cannot have less than 3.
Right. How did it get down to like 7 seconds? That was a little surprising. Okay. So bishop a3. Ooh. Huh. Okay. It's a pretty good move, I have to say. Good move in the sense that it looks good. I mean, because the line the computer is giving is not so obvious at all. Like bishop d2, you're like losing that pawn, going there. Yeah, that's not so obvious. Okay. I mean, Hikaru needs to find it, and Hikaru doesn't have a lot of time to find it. But did he? Did he find?
No, he did not.
He didn't. He played bishop g5. Oh no! Oh no! And he wound up just dropping the d3 pawn, and he's not able to win this one so easily. I mean, he still has chances here, but they're okay. I mean, those 2 pawns are pretty strong.
Okay, Hikaru flagged the as an easy win. I wish it was that easy.
Yeah, wow. That's what I mean when I said this is a good move, because that line that was supposedly White's best chance was so far from obvious. Like, I mean, yeah, you're able to win that pawn and make a draw. Like, yes, it's possible to find it, but when you've got like, 40 seconds on the clock, playing bishop d2 and king c2, not that obvious. And so I'm not like surprised that Hikaru, didn't manage to find that. Huh. So he's under a lot of pressure. So king e2, and Ali Reza is thinking he actually needs to play rook h3. Somehow that's the best move.
Yeah, well, he needs to stop the pawn from going to h5 and then h6, and probably that would be lost for black. Now it stops. Well, he can play rook h6 and h5, but then you still need to remove the rook in order to advance the pawn, and you don't have a white squared bishop.
Yeah, he found rook h3. Okay, so, well, he's threatening e4. We got to do something about that, right? So e4, d3 seems like a big problem. What happens on rook here? It's d3, isn't it? Man, that's so hard to play for white. There's so many ways to lose. What did Hikaru do? Gave a check.
Yeah, rook g6, rook f6.
What's he planning?
Maybe rook f5.
Yeah, but
rook f5, and if e4,
then bishop f6 and king g6.
And the rook is under attack again. Maybe rook f1.
King f2.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Oh, Alireza has very clever move now. He has bishop e7, but he also has bishop c1.
Yeah, well, he'll play bishop e7 because it's like the obvious. It's gonna the obvious move, and then
if rook e6, he just
yeah.
takes on rook e3, right?
Yeah, and then he's gonna have like two connected passed pawns, and eventually he's gonna win. Huh. And Hikaru's got like, let me see how much time he's got.
He has 15 seconds against 50 seconds.
Yeah, bishop e7. Yeah, Alireza found it. Oh, and I think.
Yeah,
ended. Yeah.
Well, yeah, the bishop d2, of course, was a move that has he found it? Had he found it, that would have been probably most likely a draw. But it was such a difficult move.
I think Hikaru's best chance in this end game, because he was actually really close to a draw. So if we go back some moves, I really think this was the time to do it. You know, because, okay, the rook went back. I guess he thought maybe he thought that the rook was trying to go here, trying to attack the pawn and like forcing our rook to be passive. So he wanted to move the pawn, so if it gets attacked, he can move it again.
That's so he played bishop g5, thinking about that.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, the real threat was this and this, right? Because he wound up getting into such big trouble here. His king had to get passive, and then this pawn, you couldn't even bring the rook back because there was e4, right? So there were just no good ways to protect that pawn. And I just feel like, you know, finding this bishop d2, you know, yeah, this is already hard. So I think the easier part was this moment. Like if he would have gone here, right? So what does black do to try to win? By the way, whenever there's a check, you can go up. That was an important point, is that your king could actually be active instead of having to go to the back rank. And on this move, well, we probably have a few things we can do.
Rook f2.
Yeah, rook f2. I mean, it's funny because this is still kind of passive. And look at the solution by the computer. This is very beautiful. King b3, sack another pawn and activate the bishop and try to win the e5.
Ah, okay, that makes sense.
Not so easy, right?
Yeah.
Not easy, yeah. And basically what you're going for here is you're playing just for the activity of your king and rook, which are indeed, indeed very active. Like it kind of looks like, well, aren't I just down 2 pawns? But your king is excellent. And your rook is very active and their king is not. So their rook is forced to cover everything. And
So you take either on
yeah.
a4 or on e5.
Yep, exactly. So like on this move, we would just play king d5, right? Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, it was not such an easy position to defend. So I don't think that he lost, in some sort of trivial way. Yeah, it was tricky for sure. But he had his chance in this endgame. He was already very close. He had defended well, I think, to get to this point. It was tough. But the being low on time and Ali Reza, playing like a shark, that was a problem.
Yeah, indeed. Whom is he playing next?
I
We
can
have
tell
the
you.
last game coming up.
Yeah, I did some notes on this. Hold on. He is playing Aronian. So today he's playing 2 Americans, fellow Americans. He's playing black against Aronian. Yeah. Well, it's a tough start for sure. We didn't really expect this. Let's take a look and see how Xiong doing against Caruana. Oh well, he looks like he's winning. He, by the way, lost a heartbreaking sort of Armageddon game to Caruana in the American Cup, wearing that t-shirt today, American Cup tournament from April. And Xiong just flagged, like didn't make the last move on time when he was winning. He was winning and he lost on time. So he is so this is sort of a little bit of a grudge match, or at least that's what it would be for me.
He's still maintaining the winning position. Does look like he can convert it into a win. 60 moves played, by the way. There is no other time after any 60 moves or anything, right? Oh, this is a nice tactics. Yeah, rook e5 check. And if the king took on f6, then rook e2 discovery would have won material.
So now why is rook e7 so okay, he went rook g5. So why is he so winning? Oh, because now he's able to like probably put his king here, hide it behind the rook in a beautiful little shelter.
Yeah, and you first win the bishop for 1 pawn, but then continue pushing the other. So 2 pawns, 2 opponents extra definitely will win this game. I wonder when Fabiano will resign.
Well, is
You
he
still
going
need to move
resign?
the
Yeah, like
last winning move.
resign. So these moves will happen. He's definitely not going to resign until he sees like these pawns.
King g6 now.
King g6, yeah, he obviously doesn't care about that pawn. I mean, he's just trying to queen. I don't know what rook a2 was, to be honest, by Fabi. I mean, it's not like he's ever going to take that pawn. He should have.
No, he should have attacked the bishop, but then if rook c2, then rook g3, and if rook d3, then rook c5.
Okay, so now can you push? Wait.
So
oh,
he can probably do a lot of things.
Yeah, it was kind of, but I don't know. Could you push? Maybe.
Push and then rook.
Actually, there was check. There was check.
There is a check.
The pawn. Oops.
And
yeah.
then you take it with a check. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a reason he didn't push. Okay, he did h5, so he's just kind of leading up the h pawn now. Okay, so I don't know, bishop here where everything's protected. I mean, you can move the bishop to a lot of places, but e5 seems to be the final spot where it's going to be protected. He's doing this. Okay, maybe gaining a bit of time. Sensible.
Yeah, Fabi again, very low on time. What do you do with rook f4?
Come on, put it on e5. It's fine. You know.
And then just continue push.
Yeah, there you go. And push. Yeah, can't you push?
Can you?
I think so. Why not? Oh, there's a weird way that you're gonna come around. Okay, I don't know. Let's just.
That's so strange.
He did it though. He did it though. He did h6. Wait. Rook d3, and that's crazy. Like,
No,
but that rook.
is he gonna save?
Oh man, he went rook b3, but rook b3 I think is losing.
Because of bishop c7.
Bishop
Oh
c7
my
and rook
god.
e5. Oh. Ah, and there was
Such a minor difference, and
yeah,
he'll go
because you could have
from
had that. Yeah, and rook d3, that
oh
was a better square.
from +1 to +11.
Yeah, but okay, it would have been very sad for Xiang if he wouldn't win. So, we gotta be happy for the young players. Although Caruana is another very nice guy. So,
And also quite young, to be fair.
which one? Caruana?
Yeah, I mean, I just cannot get over it that the players who are barely over 30 are now considered old. It's
Yeah,
just crazy to me.
I know. Yeah. Well, it's chess is getting to be kind of a younger and younger game.
Yeah, the winning team at the Olympiad was the average rating at the average age is 22 years. India too
Yeah.
is 19 years old
Wow.
average. That's insane.
It
And
is,
only because of Adiban being there.
right? Yeah, they would have been younger than 19 on average, yeah.
Yeah.
Incredible. So Caruana probably gonna be resigning soon.
He just resigned.
He just
After F7,
resigned, yeah.
he stopped the clock.
Well, a nice game by the young player, Jeffrey
Yeah,
Xiang.
Jeffrey only had it only slept once, let Caruana sleep once, but Fabiano almost used it, but won in accuracy and he still lost the game. Very well done by Jeffrey.
Yeah, and he gets his revenge for that American Cup loss. Um, well, the tournament goes on. Last year, Jeffrey played in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz as well, and he finished somewhere in the bottom half of the table. Of course, it's someone has to be there at the end. But I guess one more year of experience, and he's hoping to do better this time.
Yeah. So we have time probably for a very short break, few minutes before the positions are back to starting and we have the
Mhm.
last game prepared. So don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a couple of minutes and behave, chat.
Guys, we're beginning our coverage of the third round of the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. And Hikaru's had a rough start today. He has lost to Lanier Dominguez and Ali Reza Firuzia, who just played a really good game with the black pieces. So it's been challenging. And right now he's getting the black pieces again against Levon Aronian. He's played tons of games against him. And it's hard to know which move Aronian is going to open with, but I think there's a better chance he's going to open with D4.
He has to open with something really creative, otherwise, why would you wear such a shirt? That shirt is like top creativity.
So he's wearing a suit jacket over it, but is it like, what is it? This is the pineapple shirt? No.
No, I meant
you're talking about Aronian shirt. So it's like, which one of them has the cooler shirt?
Yeah, I mean, Levon outdid himself here. He usually wears colorful, but this is like next level.
Yeah, that is really quite a nice purple and yellow and blue shirt that he's got.
Which color is not there? Is there any color that is not there?
So let's take a look at their position. Give me 1 second. Here's their game. And from Hikaru's perspective, the English opening. Okay. I can't say that is a big surprise to me. That's something Aronian was playing in the Olympiad as well. So he's got a pretty vast opening repertoire, Levon Aronian. But Hikaru seems ready. And okay, this is kind of a positional line. Interesting. He just brings the bishop back to c5. And I guess, I know this looks a little confusing, guys, but if you go bishop c5, you have to deal with like this knight e5 move, right? This is actually why first the bishop went to b4, and later on, once the pawn was soundly protected by the other pawn, then he withdrew to c5. So the bishop is well placed there. He just didn't want this tactic to happen. Knight d2. So what does that mean? What's that move about, Maria?
We, of course, can only guess. I think it might be that he wants to play f4.
One day, yeah.
Yeah, and then bring the knight back. And I can only see one game played there. I think it's 2 Chinese female players, and it was like 10 years ago. Eternity.
What about rook e1, knight f1? That looks pretty weird. Yeah.
Maybe. It's very creative. I mean, as I said, he has to play something creative and unexpected, just like his outfit today. So, for example, black plays something normal like castle.
He played knight d4, knight b3. Okay. I mean, it's not, he's not playing with a lot of aggression. He's playing very quickly, but okay. I mean, he got the knight out of the way. Yeah, I agree with you, Maria. Like he should be playing for this plan. It's hard to see what else it could be. Black can do a lot of things here. He can trade. He can move the bishop back. I mean, I suppose he could take that bishop, which would be a more surprising move to me, since it's not a very good bishop to begin with.
That's true.
But let's see what Hikaru, yeah, he's trying to make his decision now.
Whether to take the bishop or to
take the knights or not take anything. And so, you know,
and move the knight.
Yeah, well, I mean, normally we don't take this kind of bishop, right? That's being blocked by these pawns, but well, I would say that, I don't know, bishop b6 looks exceedingly normal. Okay. So some position like that, like king h1, and getting ready for that. That seems to be what Aronian is going for here.
Well, f4 is very Levon move. in any position pretty much.
Oh, he likes that, yeah?
He loves that. Like when you don't know what move he's gonna do, it's probably gonna be a 4. If there is ever a chess.com championship in guess the move,
Mm-hmm.
I will just spam a 4 for Levon all the time.
Yeah, so he likes that. Yeah, well, I like that kind of maneuver too. It's one of the things I teach my students. You can get an open file not just by bringing your rooks to the center, but sometimes you can create an open file for them from where they are by just pushing these F pawns. It's very common. And Hikaru actually went for, let us see, he went for knight takes b3, a takes b3, okay, and knight d7. Okay. Wow, king h1 is gonna happen, right? Isn't he just,
Yeah,
I think he just did it.
yeah, he just did it. Knight f8 and now
Yep.
spam f4.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is that black wishes they had enough time to kind of get the knight there or there, but they're a little slow on it. Well, f4 is just obvious, so there's no doubt that Levon is going to be playing that move. So Hikaru is a little bit behind, right? Like a little bit behind because his knight didn't really get to impede this move. It's still going to happen. And the pawn just wants to keep going further, gaining
Yeah, and he
space.
also sacrificed a castle in favor of the move knight f8. So now
Right.
the king is also is a little bit stuck in the center.
Yeah, this was a little weird. I mean, I have to say, like, this seems to have been a critical position where he needed to like prepare for this obvious plan. How to prepare for it? Well, I don't know.
Well, I guess you cannot really prepare for it, but he needs to find a counter plan.
Oh, you can do lots of things. Like, look, like let's say you play h6, king h1, and g5. Like, how about that? Can we do that? Or is that crazy?
Oh, that will definitely match the craziness of Levon's shirt. I'm not
Yeah.
sure if it's gonna be very good
Yeah.
for black.
Yeah, maybe white will try to go there and open the center. Yeah, while our king is there. Yeah. What else can we do?
Maybe
kind of
c6,
interesting.
d5.
Yeah, but with the king in the center, like, are you going to be playing d5? You know, like if you castle bishop g5, h6, right? So if you castle king h1, what to do about this? Yeah, it's tricky. I don't see like a perfect solution, but I know that where Hikaru went, it's a little dangerous, but it was surprising. Yeah, is that Levon did not play that.
He did not play a4? Okay.
Weird, right?
I retire.
Wait, that's weird. Knight a4.
I retire. I don't understand chess anymore. I don't understand chess players anymore. I don't think I deserve to be a commentator now.
That is such a strange move by Levon. I mean, he just played king h1. This is like his favorite move, and then he doesn't do it in order to like put the knight on the side of the board. And now black has many good answers, right? He could play bishop there. I personally kind of like this move, Maria, because control over f4, and if they take, I think we can take with a pawn. And I thought that was positionally quite nice for black.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, and you also semi-open d file and have this nice attack on the pawn. That definitely would have solved a lot of problems for black.
I mean, this is like the move that black wanted to play to get the knight off the back of the board and control that. So bishop a7 is a bit weird, but I mean, not as weird as that. Definitely not as weird as knight a7.
I'm only thinking that the only reason he would go for this move and then queen e1 is to leave f4 as a threat, and quite often a threat is stronger than the execution in chess. And just will keep you on your toes, trying to stop that move and placing your pieces in worse positions.
Yeah, well, right now he wants to take the pawn.
Yeah.
Right? I
The
think he wants to
Levon wants to take a pawn. So maybe
right.
c6.
I mean, it's possible to give it away, but I would think that, you know, just maybe don't give it away. But I have no idea why he decided that like bishop d4 and like allowing f4 is somehow preferable to knight e6. Yeah. So I can tell you like that out of all the things I've seen today from, let's say, Hikaru, maybe this one is the most surprising, that he just didn't pull out his knight. You know, I would have been very tempted to stop this f4 idea.
Yeah, and make use of the knight and bring the castle one move closer. I
Maybe he
absolutely
thought,
agree.
yeah, maybe he thought that on knight e6, like maybe f4 anyway. And like pawn takes,
Hmm.
you can't play d4, that's important.
Yeah, you cannot play g4, and if you take the bishop, we will happily recapture. And there is no
Yeah.
threats from white on the king side. We will always play bishop to, no, we will need to still make sure that d4 doesn't happen. So probably bishop d4.
Yep. So, okay, where are we? Queen e1, bishop d7 by Hikaru. So now he's protecting the rook. So if the pawn is captured, there's bishop takes f2 tactic. So the pawn is immune, and Aronian plays bishop d2. Well, funny how that pawn became a central focus of the position.
Yeah. Hmm.
So
So what
now,
he can take now?
yeah, it looks like he's going to have to give that pawn away.
Well, if he takes, then bishop d4 probably wins the pawn back. You probably don't want to play bishop to c3. Although, why not? The
Right.
only problem is the knight stuck on a4, and black probably will play b5, forcing white to take and destroy their pawn structure.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is that the computer likes black's position, but I cannot say to a human it's like completely obvious, like,
No.
okay, that you're giving up the pawn and your compensation is just perfect. I mean, yes, you have compensation. Like, for example, in a line like this, okay, he actually went like that, bishop a5. And then, yeah, I mean, because white's pawns are doubled and black has like that square and black has a nice bishop. But you know, white just won a pawn. So why is it like I don't really see the problem for white at the moment, that for such a bad evaluation for white.
Well, yeah, I don't see such a bad evaluation. I definitely see that black has a much more comfortable position, and I'm sure Hikaru also does. That was played, bishop d1. Bishop d1?
Defending.
Ah, he
Yeah,
played knight d4, not bishop d4.
right. He defended against these two threats. Hikaru castled. Okay. So basically, Hikaru lost a pawn. Maybe not the most important pawn in the world, but it's a pawn. And his only real active idea here is going to be f5, right? So I think we can expect to see that at some point. Definitely white's pieces, like including that bishop, including the disconnected rooks, the knight on the side of the board. They're not the best. So yes, Hikaru has compensation here for sure.
Yeah,
Bishop
it's
d2.
interesting how you can opt for two such similar options, right? To put the bishop to d4 and knight to d4, but it's such a different position. And now Hikaru might go for something that Levon rejected and did not play. He can play f5 himself. And this is now the question. Is he gonna play it?
Oh, I think he'll play it. He'll play it because what else can he play? That's how you have to play when you sack a pawn for the initiative. You got to actually get that initiative. How is he going to get that if he doesn't play f5? So I just feel like, yeah, he'll play it because I don't see what else there is.
Chat, will he play? He did. He just did.
There you go. Okay. Guess the move. Strikes again.
Guess the move. Yeah, well, f4 now.
Yeah, now okay. Livon's move is actually harder to predict. So taking is bad because it opens up the bishop, which is going to attack that pawn. So that's not helpful to white. Black basically wants to advance in that pawn. So now white has to figure out, do I let him make that advance or not, right? F4, yes. I agree. Very concrete move, fighting for space and kind of creating
I
a
feel
lot
like
of
a
tension
but
there.
is coming. But
But you're saying that he might not play. Well, I'll be honest, I wouldn't be shocked if he went for like knight c3, f4, and like f3. It's a little passive, but it's like it's not, obviously bad. And then you can go knight e2 and trade the knights. So I don't think that like if he doesn't play that move, I would be shocked.
I would still bet on f4. I still believe in Livon's f4. This
Right,
is the
because it's
last
not it's
chance.
not completely clear what like black is doing after that. I mean, I agree with you that it's still the more likely move.
Mm-hmm. For sure. Well,
Uh,
he also has f3, but then f4 by black. And yeah,
yeah.
it's a bit passive. No, I still believe in f4.
All right. So I think we're on the same page there. I think that fighting for space is a good thing in chess. You're also stopping queen h4 from ever happening. And then the question for Hikaru is quite significant, right? Like where to take this position. So you can't take really with the queen because of all of that. So you
Mm-hmm.
take the pawn. And now take. Uh-huh. So where's our compensation for that pawn? Like that's a really difficult move to play. I see the computer offers it up as a possibility. Taking the knight just looks crazy. Who's gonna do that?
I like chat's comment. Hikaru has to leave the table because Livon's short is too distracting.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny.
I heard actually a lot of people saying that about specific players that wearing too colorful should be considered a distraction and not allowed by FIDE rules.
Wow. Really?
Yeah, because like yeah,
Because you feel like
in
you're playing
fairness
like
it does distract your eyes from the board because it's right
yeah.
there in the background.
Yeah.
Did
Well,
you have such an experience against someone?
honestly, no. Like I can't really I'll tell you what was the most distracting thing that's ever happened to me, Maria, that almost like it was just driving me crazy. Okay. So I had an opponent who like would pace in front of me while I was thinking. Like he would get up and he wasn't doing this like on purpose, but he would just like walk in front in my field of vision. And that was really distracting. Like when you're thinking and then there's this movement in front of you. And then I realized like after that, I'm always so careful, first of all, never to do that myself. I always try to get out of like everyone's field of vision, but I did have to actually like ask the tournament director to like ask him to not do that because I just couldn't play. That's the worst thing that's ever happened to me.
But he did not do it on purpose, right?
I know, I don't think he was doing it on purpose, and he stopped. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know a couple of players who do that, and I'm actually pretty curious what do their opponents think. It's a couple of them, like one from Romania. But yeah, I don't think they do it on purpose.
Yeah. I mean,
They're
I
kind of in
was
the
so
zone.
I have such a bad memory of that because it's so frustrating. Like when you're trying to focus and that is happening in front of you, and it's like the back and forth, like you're just being hypnotized. Terrible.
But now imagine Livon's short on that player. Is
Yeah.
it worse?
I mean, look, I don't know. It wouldn't even matter to me if I was playing someone who was like naked. It would bother me less. I really like just as long as they weren't pacing.
So yeah, noted. Noted.
Yeah.
You can be naked, but don't pace.
Right. Yeah, just because I don't have to look at you, but like when you're moving, it's very hard not to see that. Yeah. All right. So, but Levon, he's still thinking after F5. So, yeah, I mean, because it's not the most obvious decision, right? Like F4, yes, but also he can put that pawn more conservatively on F3. But still, I think he will
Or
go
he can
F4.
just not move it at all and play. Well, there is also possibility of B4, but then you will have to play F3 anyway, otherwise if F3 is coming from black.
Yeah, I guess I should have thought about how my comments would be interpreted, but that's fine.
That's what they're here for.
I knew
anyway.
there would be like follow-ups in the chat, right? That's what I mean. Like, but I just wanted to make that point clear that there was nothing, no shirt, no color, like even playing a parrot would not, compare to that suffering that I was undergoing.
I will try to not to pace in front of you when trying to take a photo. I can promise you that.
But
At
I
least
think it's
not on your
also,
move.
for like a second, it's fine. But it's like if you're going to be sitting there for like 5 minutes and that's like, it's just unending, that's when it becomes a problem. Okay. So yeah, Levon still thinking. Let's see if we have any other interesting games just to like let you guys know what's going on. Okay, Vashi Mamidyarov, it's complicated. Dominguez, Xiang, it's kind of balanced.
What's
Ooh,
happening in Nepo's game?
Nepo, yeah, that's someone we haven't really talked about today. He is doing pretty well, I guess, in this end game. His rook is a lot more active. We can take a quick look. Nepo. Here we go. Caruana is white, and yeah, Nepo was a Nimzo Indian. Interesting. It's a kind of an relevant opening for me.
Why is it so much better for black?
I think the initiative, the
Oh
more
no.
active rook.
Oh no. I'm sorry.
Oh, he played something that was like not what we
Not
were talking
F4,
about at all.
no. No, he played B4. But
Wow.
like it was my last chance
Wow. Okay.
to
Well, look, this is
to
good for
believe I can.
Hikaru. This is
Yeah.
great.
Yeah,
Like,
it
this
is
is a
great.
chance
I
for a
agree.
comeback.
Yeah, for sure. But I don't believe in F4 anymore with Levon. It's over.
Yeah, I mean, like this is so surprising that he didn't do anything on this side of the board. Like, what is this really about? Like, does he want to go there and like sack the pawn and he thinks he's gonna get the time to do that? It's a little surprising. Anyway,
Yeah.
we know Hikaru is gonna play F4. Like, I mean, look, actually, I have to say that this move is interesting too. So I suppose there is some uncertainty about what Hikaru will do, but ultimately he'll play F4. Yeah, he'll think about it and he'll play F4.
I think he will play F4 because I'm sure he expected a 4 from Levon. And he probably is happy that he did not play it. So to not to play F4 now, well, I probably should just refrain from any expectations.
You know
But
why also he might play F4? Well, first of all, he's a King's Indian player. So for a King's Indian player to get a chance to play F4, take that space on the king side, it should be irresistible. Irina judging the moves of the 5th highest rated chess player in history. Yeah, that's what we have to do as commentators. We gotta try to judge the moves. We can't just clap like a seal at all of them.
a regular viewer judging the commentary of one of the best commentators in the world, Kek W.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, but you're welcome to judge our commentary, Teddy. It's fine.
We still will roast you, but you're welcome to.
Yeah, so B4. Well, I mean, the thing is, like, of course, Levon can just get into trouble playing like that, right? Like, there's still a knight on the side of the board. So the thing with B5 is, I guess there's a nice point to it that you're not letting this happen. But on the other hand, okay, the knight just goes back into the center. And so what did you really accomplish? Right. So, I mean, taking doesn't seem that special. I don't know. I feel like if I don't see exactly why b5 is necessary, I would play that. But let's take a look, Maria, because if f4, so how big of a threat is this?
It is a very big threat.
Yeah. So like you're saying, like if I go b5, you're just gonna go f3 and
I think so.
just keep going forward, yeah. Just like let's just make a few moves, to satisfy my curiosity. All right. So now the problem
No,
is
looking back,
not
just
hanging.
yeah, instantly f3.
Yeah, like even like b6. Remember that was my kind of big point by pushing that pawn. Wow, there's so many moves here. I could try to even mate you like that. That's pretty nice.
Well, I think practically, even if it doesn't really work, it still should be done. You just cannot not play f3. Especially as King's Indian player.
All right, so well, Hikaru is still thinking. Gosh, these players are spending a
Well, he
lot of
has some
time.
advantage on his clock, so it's
Yeah.
probably a good time to think.
I would like him to think when it's finally time for like the mating attack to happen, and then he just thinks about how to carry it out. For now, it's fine to just play f4 without too much thinking. Okay, like f4, let's say they go f3, right? Let's say they stop f3 and, ooh, well, we have potential, checkmate sort of ideas where we sack something and get like a queen to h6. This is interesting. So again, let's go for this. And rook h6 and b6. Well, now we can play bishop b6, right? That's the thing, because this is hanging. So
Oh no! He did not play f4. Even more, he took on e4.
Wow. I don't know. Maybe we should both retire, Maria.
Yeah.
I'm feeling so disappointed.
Maybe Teddy can become a commentator.
Yeah. Wow. Hikaru upset as stock market went down 4% today. Well, as far as I know, guys, it's going to go down a lot more. So it's not too bad, 4%.
And not only a stock market.
What other markets are you interested in, Maria?
I'm interested in surviving.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, you see, that's my number one interest in life as well. So I know exactly what you mean. But yeah, so don't retire, Irina. Oh, thank you, Teddy. You don't want to take my job. You decided you like your job better.
To be not a normal viewer. Yeah. You're good at that. You're good at that, Teddy.
Yeah. Random access Danielle says I'm interested in in the supermarket instead of the stock market. That's funny. Well, yeah, supermarket and the prices for food. That is a very
and petrol market as well.
Yeah. So Maria, are you living in Amsterdam?
No, I'm actually currently in London.
Oh, okay. Cool. Yes, I was just reading about how much was it electricity prices rising in Britain. Yeah.
Electricity, water. There is a running joke that all other countries in Europe have actually invested into stocks of railway and water of the UK, and now they just live off the profit. And it's just yeah, it's hilarious. It's sad, but also hilarious.
Yeah. All right. So shall we spend a little bit of time seeing what they're doing? Okay. So here we are, f5, b4. So he took Hikaru. Yeah, he didn't take the space. That means it's harder for that attack to happen. But okay, still interesting. I see his point. He kind of deflected that pawn so he can then make an attack here, activate his bishop. Totally understandable. He does have very active pieces. And I still like what he's doing. Yeah, look at that. I mean, different concepts by Hikaru, but still really good.
Yeah, we were so fixated on this f4 idea that we did not realize how strong is opening the f file is. And maybe
Yeah.
even easier to
Mhm.
play.
I mean, so still like yeah, like there's so many bad pieces in White's position, and he can't even make them better yet because he needs to protect that pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So
And black can always bring the rook to g6 and bring another rook to f8
yeah.
and
So
create even
here's a
more
really
threats.
key line, Maria. Like bishop e3 takes, and like kind of looks like White is getting out, but yeah, not really. Because first of all, even this is really annoying. You're like can't move your knight, you gotta go pawn there. Like somewhere knight d4, you have an outpost. It's definitely pleasant. I don't know how strong that is. Maybe we can play better. But what's really that convincing here for black? Maybe not so much. I mean, I do think, yeah, like Aronian has to find bishop e3 and just go for this position because what else
He
can he
did play
do?
bishop e3, yeah.
Yeah, it's just this bishop has to be neutralized.
Yeah, so they traded. Maybe Hikaru can also insert the move king h8 there to just avoid bishop b3 coming with a check or with a pin.
Oh wow, he
So,
took with a pawn.
wait, what?
Oh yeah. Not with the queen. Oh, interesting. He wanted to like take away those squares from the
Hmm.
knight. So he made a kind of a strange looking doubled pawns decision, but at the same time, okay, the knight is not as powerful as he would otherwise be. Okay, interesting decision by Levon.
Yeah, but the knight still can create a lot of threats. He can still attack the pawn on e4.
Mm-hmm.
And the knight is not hanging on a4. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
can tell you,
cool.
I feel like, look, Levon is defending pretty well, and I feel like the trend is going in the wrong direction. Like Hikaru doesn't have that same level of initiative as we were
Mm-hmm.
feeling a few moves ago.
He's at least he is up on time.
Yeah, he's up on time. I mean, his position is nice. It's just like, yeah, he's not going to be mating this king anytime soon. And the knight from g5, like, yes, it's attacking the pawn, but can't really do anything else. Well, if it could get here, that would be great, but
Mm-hmm.
it's probably not very likely.
Not too easy for sure. Um,
And
so what do you think Hikaru needs to trade? Which pieces in order to make to get the most out of these two doubled pawns?
yeah, that's a good question because basically what White wants to do here, I think, is like bishop c2, possibly bishop e2, depending if you're hanging this pawn or not. So it depends on where black puts their pieces now. But like basically this is the concept, right? Like the knight must return to c3.
Yeah,
And once the knight on c3, I don't think White's position looks so bad despite these two sets of doubled pawns. I mean, White is still up a pawn.
that's true. But that pawn up is really well hidden in these two pairs of ugly pawns.
Yeah. Aronian clearly dominating the battle of the shirts.
That's okay. We will give him that. That we want to win the game.
Right. It's okay. He can win the contest for best shirt. It's fine if he wins that one. Um
Was there a move? No, I don't think so.
no, so it's b3 and Hikaru is thinking, and you can see that he's quite intensely focusing on his move right now. Yeah. How did he lose this initiative? Was it just such a good play by Aronian? Because
Very, yeah, very unpredictable way of
Yeah.
diffusing the initiative here.
Yeah, F takes
Immediately
E3
stepping the knight. Yeah.
was just a good decision. Yeah. Nice, well, nice defense.
Hmm.
Yeah. The problem is it's just very hard to win these pawns. Like if you could, then White's position would fall apart if you could just win one.
Oh yeah, if you win one, everything else falls. But somehow, them being with two files apart, they are protecting all of the squares around them and both squares between them.
Yeah, so here's another thing. So he wants to bring the knight. If he's able to capture the bishop, then this bishop comes around here to hold things and attack. So yeah, it's hard to keep everything under control. Queen c6 is an interesting move though, actually, because it stops bishop c2, which means, and then there's no knight c3. So this is definitely having a point. You're threatening the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if they go there, I'm sure like we'll make some sack work.
Oh yeah.
And okay, if they go there, at least we have the comfort of knowing this knight's not going anywhere for now. That's important. Like it's
Yeah, and the bishop
actually,
is holding all of the squares as well. Yeah, that's pretty nice.
it's really important to keep this knight there. Like I don't want to see this knight anywhere like near this. So that's going to be the key. I can tell you one thing. Like if Hikaru is able to make this knight stay bad, I think he's got a good chance to win this game. The moment I see this knight becoming better, Maria, that's when like I'm going to change my opinion and be like, I don't think the winning chances are going to be there.
Yeah, either that knight stays on a4 or we win one of the pawns, b4 or e4, then we get a chance. So now Levon is thinking, because what move did Hikaru do?
Yeah.
He did make
Oh, I
some...
find your teasing funny, Teddy. It's all funny, yeah. And right now,
bishop d3. He made bishop d3.
Hikaru's leaning back, like he's had a good think and now he can relax a little bit. So let me continue on with that colorful commentary about what he's doing. So let's take a look. He played bishop d3. Okay, now it's bishop c2. There's still no knight c3. So I don't believe that Aronian is just going to go bishop e2 and sack that pawn back so easily. That feels like he should be. I mean, I don't know. I don't see that as a very easy human decision. In fact, if White's best moves here are just giving back this pawn, then I would say Hikaru's move was a good practical choice.
So what do you prefer, to keep the knight on a4 or to give up a pawn on a4 and bring the knight back to life?
To give up the pawn here, or yeah, well, I mean, no, he might. The problem with giving up the pawn, it's not the pawn I care about, it's this diagonal, right? It's we can take a look at this, for example. Aronian, yeah, you see, he didn't give up the pawn, right? He played bishop f3, and probably it's not one of the best moves, but it's just psychologically really difficult to give up the pawn and have that bishop face off against the king. So I'm not surprised that Aronian decided to hold on to it, but it is good news for us.
Yeah,
because that allows
because the knight stays
to develop his initiative. Yeah.
So knight g5 probably will happen.
Yeah, Hikaru is leaning forward again. Like, he feels like there's something in the position. And okay, knight g5 looks good. What I mean, attacks two things. He's going to win this pawn, isn't he? And this knight is still not getting better. All right. How many points does Aronian have? Maybe the chat can tell us, because I got too many windows open here. I'm just curious. Oh, wait. Is there? No, it doesn't tell us here. I'm just curious how he's doing.
He drew, think both games. Yeah, he drew both games. So
He
he
drew
has one.
both games.
So it's 2 points, right?
Okay. Uh-huh. So he's drawn both. Yeah. Well, I just wanted to make sure he wasn't doing terribly so he wouldn't be feeling destroyed after this game.
Oh,
I know. I'm looking out for his feelings, Maria.
is it because he's playing for the US?
It's because I can't stand for the players to be like in a lot of pain. Like, you know,
The country does not matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Like, I don't want to see anyone losing 3 games in a row. Like, for
Oh,
example, Hikaru, right? Like, it has to stop because you got to get into it so you don't feel like psychologically just destroyed. I mean, this is not, I mean, this is this is like life and death here. So it's a big stakes when you sit down at the chessboard.
fair enough. Give it Krush. So now he's giving up a pawn, right?
All right, knight g5 and okay, yeah, queen d2. So which one is he going to be taking? Oh, he's going to be taking this one so that you can't take my bishop because I got checkmate here. And you're going to take me and I get my beautiful bishop on the diagonal. You'll finally get your knight back at some point. But my bishop should be dominating the knight. Oh, is that not what happened? Wait.
Wait, what?
Okay, this happened. This. Okay, hold on. So are there tactics here or what?
Knight c5.
Ooh, he thinks he
That
caught
is
him with
not
a
a
tactic.
move.
Yeah.
But that is not a move. Queen. Well, first of all, he just has queen f5 immediately. But he can take on
Isn't this
a1.
kind of beautiful? Rook a1.
And he just
knight
wins a
here
piece.
and rook f1.
It's a checkmate threat.
Yeah, look at that though. Isn't that gorgeous?
I mean, Hikaru is not even gonna think.
Oh, he'll think. He'll think right now. That's why he needed that time.
No. He is taking on a1. I think he's gonna shake his head now in disbelief.
Yeah, you know, sometimes I've seen Aronian do that. Like he's so confidently going for these things. Like, well, actually, I remember even talking to him recently about this concept of bluffing in chess. You see, he covered his face with his hands, so no one can see him going red as he realizes this wasn't so brilliant. Yeah, knight c5. Unfortunately for Aronian, well, fortunately for us, we're going to see a nice and convincing finish to this game. It is going to be pretty.
So,
rook takes a1.
If you believe Hikaru is taking on a1, throw your prime.
Yeah, you have 2 different ways to checkmate, plus the knight's hanging because you're not in the pin anymore.
Ah, yeah, you are going for queen b5. Yeah, also queen f5 is a possibility.
What were you thinking about? You were thinking
queen f5.
f5, same thing, yeah. Yeah, actually any of those moves win because they all get out of the pin with a checkmate threat. And so, yeah, I mean, Aronian's idea fails big time. I mean, I kind of wonder, like, what was that all about? Like, I thought we were going to see knight c3, Maria. Like, you're going to challenge bishop.
Oh, yeah, he immediately resigned. It's over.
Oh, yeah, he looks unhappy. Wait.
Yeah, Hikaru just took on a1. I think he just started making a move and Levon resigned.
Wow.
Is this what happened?
Let me refresh and just to see what was last move on the board. Yeah, rook takes a1, and that was. Oh wait,
yeah,
no, yeah, queen f5 happened. What?
Well, it's also winning.
Oh, it's also winning
because then you take on a1. It's the same.
Oh, but this was so much more stylish. This was a queen.
Oh yeah, but
you gotta sack
Levon is already winning the most stylish.
Yeah,
anyway.
No, but we gotta compete with him for most stylish.
You need to try at least.
I mean, that would have been like much more picturesque.
The problem for Levon, this blunder was so bad, you cannot possibly find a bad move here for black, even if you try to. Like sometimes you can have this brain fart where you make a move which loses, but your opponent also has the same in return because he kind of believes you
Yeah, but no, but the
and
queen
misses the
f5
only
is
move.
so surprising. Actually, I'm shocked. Hold on. I got to express my shock here. Because first of all, like, what if like they take? And actually,
Bishop
I
G2
mean,
probably no.
but that's the thing. We have no real win. Like we're winning.
Bishop takes. Okay.
Well, we're winning like positionally. Like this is still like you're not even winning material. You're not winning a piece, and it would have been 3-on-3. I'm like totally surprised by all of this because um because taking on A1 was like so much more forcing, right? And like this one, what I'm surprised about is like, so why didn't Live On at least take the rook? Like at least take it. And yeah, I know it's a bad position, but play some moves, like still play a couple of moves. I mean, don't like knight takes e4 and rook a1 and you just resign because you're already down in exchange. That was just a strange ending, honestly. But on the other hand, Maria, that was a great game by Hikaru, right? Good
Yeah.
comeback, after 2 tough losses, ending the game with a win. And he's only like having 1 small point less than if he'd drawn all his games.
Yeah.
Because the scoring points in a scoring system in this tournament, guys, is a little different. You're getting 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw. So if you draw 3 games, you get 3 points. But if you get like just 1 win like Hikaru, you get 2. So it's not such a disaster, like compared to someone who just drew all their games today, right? Because it was looking pretty bad after he lost the first 2. But now it's getting better. And most importantly, he kind of ending the day on a positive note and getting some confidence. We can look forward to his games tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. Let's maybe have a look at the remaining games.
Mhm.
We have all 4 still going. Obviously, they finished pretty quickly. Maybe let's look at Firuza versus Shankland because something is going on here.
Okay. Yes, and Shankland is doing well again. He has 2 pieces for the rook, but it's kind of a mess. Yeah, I mean, he's doing well, but it is a messy position. Uh, After knight takes e5, knight here, black is going to win that pawn. He has 2 bishops for the rook. Yeah, I mean, black is doing well, but there's still
very complicated.
Yeah, work to be done. Caruana Nepo was that it was the Nimzo. Oh yeah, so Nepo is up a pawn, but the bishops are now opposite color. We last saw this position when there were like rooks on the board a long time ago. So black has chances to win, but I don't know if they're so big. We actually just kind of want to walk over and win.
Yeah, it does look very, very difficult to win, but knowing Nepo, he might find a way to squeeze it out.
And he has a lot more time, but okay, it's quite a simple looking position. Now you kind of have to wonder, will he just go there, give up that pawn and take there? Seems, or maybe he'll go and like, maybe he'll just go and get more pawns off the board. Sure, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We cannot take that away from Fabi. He's fantastic endgame player. I've seen so many amazing conversions of seemingly equal endgames by him that he will definitely fight this off, and it's a very big chance that he will hold a draw.
Let's take a look. Dominguez versus Xiong. Okay.
That is also kind of messy.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, that's true. Like this king is out in the middle of the board. So actually looks like Xiong is doing quite well. They had a Sicilian Sveshnikov in
But
this
yeah,
game.
at the same time, if white manages to double the rooks on the 7th rank, it might end really badly for Dominguez.
Queen G4 check, huh? Well, you definitely can't block with the pawn because that's a big blind.
Yeah, and if king f1, or maybe he has to trade queens now. Yeah, queen f3, he did not even think. But yeah, black definitely will avoid the trade.
So what does black want to do here? I guess, okay, yeah, he wants to take. Then there's like rook c1 ideas. He also has e4 ideas. This is super unpleasant for Dominguez. Yeah, king f1 though, maybe like try to hide the king here. Actually, if you're given a chance. But then Maria, the attack is going to come on the F file, right? Like they'll go e4, they'll try to win that pawn, and they'll try to attack you. So tough defense. I do think this is like the most exciting game at the moment. We got Vachier, who, yeah, he was on his US tour, actually. He was just recently doing simuls at the Marshall Chess Club in New York City, and I believe in Connecticut. Oh, by the way, I got some really cool news. Do you know that there was a simul in Connecticut and he lost to one player? Okay, like a little girl.
Okay.
Not so little, but she's still young. Young girl. And I have a certain connection to this young girl.
You're coaching her?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I was pretty happy. Like I was like, oh wow. I mean, I've never beaten Vachier Lagrave, but my students, beat Vachier Lagrave, and it was very nice.
That must be really a fantastic feeling.
It felt good. I was like, I mean, she kind of sent me the game. She didn't even mention it to me. She just kind of sent me her database of games. And I looked at it, I'm like, oh, there's a simul against Vachier. And then I looked, I was like, oh, she won. And she won the game. And of course, people don't play as well in simuls, like I know myself, right, playing like tons of them, but he never like had like any obvious blunders. Like there was nothing like that where he just like hung a piece. Like there was a real game there. Yeah,
and she did not even brag about it.
She did
not like put on her social media.
No.
How old is she?
She's either 13 or like close to 13.
Wow, that's pretty impressive. That's really had.
Yeah, it's cool, right?
Can you put it on your CV? Can you put it on your CV?
No, but I'm gonna take a lesson from my students and be humble about that. Except I'm telling it to all of you guys. But I mean, that's just because seeing his name kind of reminded me about that, and that was pretty cool, I have to say. Because and simuls are still kind of a big deal, right? Like if you go back.
Yeah, no, for sure. It's I don't think you can easily justify a loss just because it's a simul and you were distracted. I mean, these players can play blindfoldedly simuls with like 3 minutes on their clock against 15, and they still will beat almost every player in this chat. So that's something really impressive. Yeah,
it's a good accomplishment. But then now you got to start learning to beat the 2000 rated players and 2100, after you beat Vachier.
We need you to make a stream about it and to analyze the game on stream and bring her to the stream.
Yeah, that'd be kind of fun. That would be kind of fun, right?
I'll watch.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think I beat anyone that strong, like in simuls when I was growing up. But I mean, I don't think I got to play players of that level. So it is kind of even the opportunity is pretty special,
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's really special. I'm very happy for her and for you.
Thank you.
Even though I'm very good friends with Maxime.
Well, let me tell you, this was like he didn't lose any other games in the simul, so it wasn't.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wasn't a total disaster. So let's see, guys. Okay, first of all, Dominguez. Okay, we didn't say anything about this position, should we?
Who cares about them?
Yeah,
we have a little girl crushing MBL.
That was the whole point of like bringing up this board, was to tell you that story.
I love that. By the way, we might have an interview of Hikaru with St. Louis club. We are definitely waiting for that. We don't know if he's joining the show yet, but the interview definitely will be here. Yeah, and we definitely want to know the name. Maybe not right now, but
Yeah, no,
we're going. I'm going to follow this girl's achievements.
So bishop c1. Okay, so let's see, what is the point of this move? Well, the bishop was being attacked. It had to go somewhere. Apparently, like black could have won with a move like that, which is quite cool. And I'm still trying to figure out why. Okay, I see now, because you can't take the bishop, because then I take, and you can't go there because you get mated. But if you take, you lose your queen. So everything works out for black just in time. But okay, I understand it's a little tricky to see such a very specific line, when there's simpler moves like that. Although it would have been a big catch for Xiang, right?
Mm-hmm.
Queen d3, e3. I mean, that was just having enormous power, that pawn, and opening up this king. But bishop c1 happened, rook f7. Okay. Is Dominguez going to be able to pull it out with 15 seconds on the clock? Because his position is not so bad, but his time situation is dismal.
Yeah, sorry, I'm a bit distracted. I'm just listening to this wonderful lullaby on the background.
Yeah. Oh yeah, well that's the church bells. I'm sorry, they come at every hour. I can't.
I actually thought it was like some child with like this like toys above the cradle that are making the sound. And I was just like in the zone.
So
and it's a church. Wow.
Yeah, it's a church, and it's not even that close by, but the bells, they're there so that everyone in the neighborhood can hear. So Dominguez, he's kind of holding on to this square. That's really important. There's probably going to be like, well, a rook trade at some point, I would assume. Bishops of opposite color, and the king's not mated yet. Maybe he will have time to get the king out. Yeah, it's not so bad materially. They each have 5 pawns. So Xiang did miss a really big opportunity, with that bishop c1 move. And rook f7, like how strong was that? Well, actually, that was really strong. It's the computer's favorite move. Dominguez is quite good at defending. I mean, with little time. I've seen him do it before, but he's definitely going to be challenged here with those 15 seconds.
We also can have a look at another game where one of the players is struggling with time. It's Lireza. And while his position significantly improved, wow, look at all this army of pawns.
Yeah, that's an unusual position. What is white threatening? Well, white just wants to go f5. That's why they played g4. So now it's super sharp. Yeah, apparently, like, you got to sack back so you can get that pawn going. And it's really a total mess on the board.
The only good thing for Shankland here is that he has a piece for this army of pawns, but he's also really up on the clock.
Yeah, that is important. So 2 games where one side has a lot less time. I mean, that's interesting. It's like we're going to have to alternate between these 2 games, because Caruana is just drawing against Nepo, and Vachier, well, it's a little complicated, but should probably be. I mean, yeah, I think it's the draw is the most likely result, although Vachier has some chances there. Yeah, he's the one with chances. And by the way, those guys are in a think. Like Xiang is okay. Wait, let's go back to Xiang, because he just made a move. He gave
Vachier is also low on time. I'm not sure if it's correct clock, but it looked like he ran out of time. Probably not exactly right, but anyway, when you're not playing a little girl, you might be winning. Yeah, so let's keep an eye on these 2 games.
So are we just going to get a trade and it's going to get boring? Is that what's going to happen?
Do you think it can get boring?
Well, I think if there's some, I don't know, if there's some kind of trade of queens, it can definitely get more boring. Yeah. Um, okay, but Dominguez looks like he's doing a good job to hold on. And by the way, if queen takes b3, we take on f8 and we take the bishop. So that's kind of an important line, right? To explain why white is not just blundering a bishop here. And by the way, some moves on the board. So black won a pawn. It's not that important. Yeah, Dominguez showing good defensive skills, building up the clock a bit. Shanklin still thinking. And rook d1. Well, I think that he kind of has to trade. I mean, he can do that, but I mean, who wants to go into pure bishops of opposite color? Like, that's just going to be a draw. So basically, I mean, he's going to win that pawn, isn't he? Or he's going to go here one day and win that pawn. So, or no, I have another way. He's going to go there and win that pawn.
Yo, so either way, wherever he goes, he wins the pawn. I love that. I wish all my games were like that.
Yeah, rook c1. Okay, nice try. Nice try. I don't know, at least it looks messy. I guess you got to like trade off everything and make a draw in the bishops of opposite color, but like you still have to think about that. So, but I think he'll do it. I mean, what else can he do? His rook's under attack. He's not going to go like rook e1. He knows that he can't do stuff like that. So he traded.
Meanwhile, Alireza did play f5. It still stays within equality, but still very nerve-wracking.
Yeah. So I think he's making a draw, like getting the king somewhere there, holding off all the pawns. And yeah, Dominguez is going to have defended a losing position, actually. So he'll be thrilled with this ending and nice defense from him. So Firouzja Shanklin, after g4, Shanklin did sack and played a4. Nice job by Sam.
Yeah, now next move for him probably is a3. Is he gonna sacrifice a bishop and play a3?
What a crazy position. Wow. Pawn takes a2 and like, what, d7? Is that what we're going to see?
Yeah, I think that's what he's thinking about now.
That is insane, to let black make a queen with check and then be like, wow, it's happening. We're about to see something special, guys.
Yeah.
It's not every day that you get to see someone make a queen.
Oh, we have Hikaru here.
When you say here, where is he?
Almost. He's joining.
Oh, okay.
There he is. Hello.
Hello, you guys.
Hey, Hikaru.
Hi.
How's it going?
It's going pretty well. We're watching the final seconds of this quite unusual position here. Firouzja Shanklin. I mean, look at that. Black has an extra queen, and yet white's threatening to make a queen, and I guess it's just going to end in perpetual.
Yeah, typical chess game, zeros, no matter what you do. Pretty wild, but it is what it is. Yeah,
so you had an interesting day today. You must feel a lot happier right now than you did earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I think the bottom line is there are a few things. First of all, I mean, I'm on the score I should be on, which at least is good, because certainly when I look at the day, the first game, I was probably better out of the opening, nothing really like special, but then I got very careless and panicked. And I missed this bishop a3 move that Lenny found, and that was very, very strong move. And after that, it was all kind of downhill. So that was kind of unfortunate, to put it mildly, because I spent like maybe 4 minutes to play this 90. Actually, did I spend 4 minutes to play 97? I think I did. I spent like 4 minutes to play 97, I think. And the problem is, basically, if you go back and you put the pawns on h3 and g3, I mean, basically in all these positions, in my mind, I was thinking white's going to play knight h2, knight g4, and maybe f4, something like this. And then I just forgot about this h4, h5 with knight 3 to h4, this whole idea. And then I played knight e7, and I just forgot about bishop a3. And Lenny found it, and after that, it was just, I mean, maybe there were a couple times when maybe a computer could have saved the game, but it was just very, very unpleasant to play, because the knight is much better than the bishop on c4 and c5, respectively. So, Yeah, I mean, that was bad. Second game was probably even worse. I mean, that's the whole thing I did was just completely insane with G takes H4. But it's nonetheless, I still was okay. And then at the end, I just completely panicked.
Yeah.
Once I got down to like 40 seconds. I mean, I mean, this whole thing, like in a normal game, if I don't lose the first game, I would have played knight 2, H4, knight F3 in like 5 seconds. But because I lost the first game, I thought, okay, I'm going to try to make it a little bit more complicated. And to his credit, Alireza found this rook c8, rook c5 idea, which I did not see at all during the game. And he found it pretty quickly too, which was quite impressive. And then, I mean, it was just, I started drifting. I was probably losing. And then he gave me this miracle gift by playing bishop takes c5 in the end game. And after that, I should have drawn, I mean, with no worries whatsoever. And then basically, as soon as he played rook b7, I mean, I saw my clock down to like 50 seconds. And I just panicked and played h4, which was just completely insane.
So you were trying to stop rook h7 there, right? Like, is that why you played h4?
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is, like, I was going to play bishop d2, and then I saw rook h7. But I mean, again, the point is the only way black really can win this is if he's going to be able to win the d3 pawn. I mean, even bishop d2, rook h7, rook f2, black is better, but I think even that should be a draw with a couple of precise moves. So like even that, but to allow rook c7, c3 was just, I mean, horrible.
So let's just go back to that critical moment, like when you took this pawn. So, I mean, were you like, how did you feel about this move, right? Because it's always hard for a chess player to make that decision. Did you feel like it was just the most principled move? Like, how risky did you feel that this was?
Well, I mean, the thing is, if black doesn't have rook c8, c5, I think white's probably clearly better after pawn takes pawn. This is rook a c8, rook c5 with the idea of rook f5 and knight h5 is just very, very instructive. And I simply did not see it. So when I thought maybe he can go g6, but I thought I didn't really see why it could be dangerous until he played rook c8. And then I kind of realized what was happening. But again, in a normal game, if this is the first game of the day, I would have played knight f3 in 5 seconds. But because I had lost the first game, I'm like, okay, whatever, who cares? If if there's something bad, fine, he'll find it, but I don't see it, so I'm just gonna play it. That was pretty much the attitude after the first game.
I would say queen a6 was also a slightly like, surprising move in a way, right? That the queen had that power from the side of the board.
Yeah, I mean, I expected it. I mean, once he played rook c8, I kind of realized. But also there was the other issue that in both the first 2 games, my time use was terrible. Like I was thinking at all the wrong moments, kind of. So that also didn't help matters either. But fortunately, in third game at least, I got a win. Sort of out of nowhere.
Oh, let's take a look at that. Oh yeah, that game contains some interesting moments for us. So let's go back. You flip the board. And okay, so one of the things that surprised us a lot was this move knight a4 by Levon. Did you feel the same way?
Yeah, but I mean, the thing is also for me though, the way I played is not how I would have played if I had a different score too. Because I mean, when I play knight f8, it's very provocative. I mean, white can go f4, knight e6, f5, knight e4, f6, and I don't know what's happening there, but like it's very sharp. But the thing is, because I had already lost.
What are you saying, Hikaru? What else could you have played?
Well, I mean, it says this whole knight d7 idea that I went for.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I normally I probably would not have done this. But I was like, okay, at this point, like I've lost 2 games. I'm going to play something sharp, and it is what it is, basically. So I mean, I played this knight d7. I thought, okay, he's going to go f4. He's going to go king h1, knight f8, and he's going to play f4. I mean, this is what I expected.
What was your intention on f4?
I was just going to go knight e6, f5, knight d4, and f6, g6 or something. And who cares? It's chess. You just play.
Did you even doubt that he will play f4?
Yeah, I mean, I expected him to play f4. But again, like I said, I've lost 2
so
games.
I'm not crazy, right?
Doesn't matter. No. Like, I expected this. I expected this, and I didn't know what was going on. But actually, I know the position is quite different, but it very vaguely reminds me of an English that was played between Vladimir Kramnik and Magnus Carlsen in the Tal Memorial in like 2010 or 2011. It was the year Magnus was wearing the purple suit. I remember that. So someone can figure it out pretty easily. But there was some game where Kramnik got like this big like kingside push. I think he got a pawn to f6 in that game, and Magnus had a bunch of pieces sort of on the last couple of ranks, and eventually was able to untangle and ended in a draw. So that was kind of in my mind a little bit. But I just thought, okay, it's you just play. At this point, I've lost 2 games. There's I mean, what more can go wrong? And then I was just shocked when Levon went for this whole queen e1 bishop d2 idea, because it actually. Maybe a practical play, it's okay for white, but I think it's too easy for black to play.
Oh, Hikaru, did you consider knight e6 here and just like I don't know, getting the knight out and letting him take your bishop.
Yeah, but I mean, where's the fun in that? I mean, black's better, but it's very marginal, and I think white should be okay. That's I was just like, okay, who cares? Like, I didn't want a small advantage. I wanted something where it's like I'm gonna win or I'm gonna lose, and somebody's gonna be much better or much worse. That was pretty much my attitude, and so I just play this whole knight d4, and it's like, who cares? Just play f5, and that's that. I mean, maybe b4 is wrong. I mean, I actually suspect that probably computer says you can play like knight c3, f4, f3, knight e2, and nobody's afraid of any kind of kingside attack. But for a human, it's I mean, too much to do this.
What about f4? Did you think that he could do that?
Yeah, actually, but here I thought it was still better after taking on e4 and taking on f4, because I mean his pieces are kind of misplaced here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I was better here. I wasn't quite sure how. Maybe like knight e6 and bishop d4 or something, but I thought I was a little bit better still. But of course, I think if he'd done this, he wouldn't have lost the game because it's a very marginal advantage.
Yeah.
But yeah, once.
Did you consider this one here, f4? We were kind of thinking this move was going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, I realized, like, this is why I'm saying that I thought that he could have played knight c3 before, because the difference between this line, the one that I mentioned before, is white's played b4 versus having knight c3, like the previous one. But I thought that if I played f4, like f4 here, he could go knight c3. And then if I play f3, I mean, I wasn't sure what's happening. There were a couple moves. First of all, maybe he just plays g3. That's the first one. And bishop h3, rook g1, and I don't actually know how I'm supposed to win there. And I thought it's very easy. Like if I g3, bishop h3, rook g1 is played, white's going to go bishop e3 next move, and if I don't have something immediate, I'm going to have to burn a lot of time. I'm the one who has to prove that I have the advantage, and inevitably, I think I would have found a way to lose. So I thought, okay, taking in b5 at this point, like my moves are still pretty easy, and I can't get too low on time and do something insane.
So you decided to open things up.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't want to do this, but again, I figured that at this point, there's no way to really keep it super sharp with a clear-cut attacking idea. So I thought I'll take the small advantage here and just play it. And yeah, so I played b5, and I was a little surprised that Lev went for this, but I mean, maybe it's okay. And then bishop e3 is the only move. Bishop b3, by the way, loses. Just for people who are watching, I was kind of hoping that Levon would play bishop b3. But it loses to bishop takes f2.
Oh, we didn't even see that move.
Yeah, bishop f2, bishop e6, king h8, queen d1. Oh, maybe actually just bishop g1 wins, but the line that I saw in my head was trading everything on a4. Okay, yeah, go ahead and just take on a4.
Oh, you have queen f6 in the end.
Yeah, I have queen f6, and then bishop f5, g6. Bishop h4 or bishop g6, bishop h6, and then queen h4 with queen e1. This is what I saw.
Oh, nice. Double attack, you win one of the bishops.
Yeah, so I saw something like this, and then of course Lev played bishop e3, which was correct. But I was actually shocked when he took with the pawn. I thought he would take with the queen here.
Yeah, we were kind of surprised too. But then when he played it, we're like, oh, it's got a point. It's not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think objectively it is quite bad unless you're a computer, because what I did in the game, I think it gets very hard to play. But also here, like I was also mad at myself because when I played queen d7, I realized almost as soon as I moved that queen e8 was just much better than queen d7. I think it is, right? I mean,
because of these kinds of ideas or something.
Well, yeah, the point is that after queen d7, b3 knight g5, for example, if I play knight g5, he can go queen h4, and I have to go like h6. But if the queen's on e8, I can go queen g6 or something like this, at least I thought, which is more principled. So I was already mad at myself again at this point in the game, but luckily I was able to stay calm and find this bishop d3 move, which I think is correct. I'm not actually 100% sure, but it looked good.
Yeah, bishop d3 was interesting. Yeah.
I mean, again, I think white's probably okay, but you have to find a way to unwind. Actually, here I was shocked that Lev didn't play bishop g4. I thought bishop g4 and black's better, but it's going to be very marginal. Like bishop g4, bishop e4, knight c3, and bishop b7, and I mean, black's probably slightly better. It feels unpleasant, but I think white can probably hold this.
Yeah, he could have given up that pawn, but that's what we were thinking. It's like it's not that easy to give up the pawn in a way because of the power of the bishop on that diagonal.
Right, and you also have the double pawns on the b file as well. So it wasn't. So that's what I thought he would do. And then he played bishop f3, and I was very confused because when he did this and I played knight g5, I mean, I thought initially that he was going to play something like Queen H4, but then I have Knight F3, GF3, and Bishop E2, which is a very nice idea here.
Sneaking in to the
Oh,
diagonal.
nice.
Right. It's worth noting if Rook takes F3, just for the fans, there's a very nasty Knight to B6 move here, which is kind of a slight problem.
Uh-oh.
Not nice.
And, yeah, and then you just lose. So I thought he was going to play Queen H4, but then he didn't do it. Then he played Queen D2, and I went Knight E4. Yeah, and then just to sort of, he played Knight C5 right away. And sort of as a sign of just how I think sort of out of form I am, and even Levon, I spent a lot of time here deciding between Queen F5 and Queen G4, mainly because initially I thought Queen F5, like in the game, I thought he could just play Rook takes A8, and I have to take with the Rook. So basically, I started here. I thought Rook A8, and then Knight E4, Queen E4, and Black's, I mean, probably not much better here. And then I started looking at Queen G4. Instead, I started looking at this, and I thought after Knight E4, Queen E4, Rook A C1, do I want the endgame with the 2 rooks or 1 rook on the board? But luckily, I then went back to Queen F5, and I realized that after Queen F5, Rook A8, I can just take with the bishop.
How about this move, Hikaru?
Yeah, how about Rook A1?
Oh, I have Rook FF1. Oh, I didn't see this. Oh, that's disappointing. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, right? Like we really wanted you to play that move.
Oh, that's yeah, that's actually disappointing. Okay.
So beautiful. Sack.
Oh, that's terrible. Yeah. So anyway, so then I was like, okay, I can just go Queen F5. Like, I mean, so I spent all my time as, and I realized that if he takes on 8, I just take with the bishop, and I'm probably winning. And then he played Knight E4 right away, which was kind of nice, because after Rook A1, you just resign basically. But because you have a classic ice skater. So
sorry for reading this for you.
But I mean, at the end of the day, it's a result that I probably should be on. I mean, the first game, I basically missed one move, this Bishop A3 move, and it cost me. Second game, I probably don't lose if the first game doesn't go the way it does. So it's kind of nice to get this gift and end up on a score that I probably should have been on after 3 games. So I'm not thrilled, obviously, but at the end of the day, I mean, you're not always going to play well. So at least I have something to play for.
So Hikaru, the question everyone's been waiting to hear your answer on: were you distracted by Levon's shirt today?
I actually didn't even notice what was on his shirt.
Really?
Yeah, I didn't even look. I mean, the thing is,
I mean, you remember Magnus's.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, by the time I played Levon, I've already lost 2 games. I'm already in a very bad mood. So like there's very little going through my mind. So I'm not really gonna be paying attention.
But
like,
let me get this.
Yeah.
Let me get this straight. You remember Magnus's suit from 12 years ago, from 11 years ago, which, by the way, is not purple but maroon.
Okay, whatever.
Sorry, but I have to say it, and I'm on the same page with Wandering Bishop here.
Same difference. I mean, it was hideous, though. I mean, with all due respect to Magnus, it was pretty hideous. I'm going to be honest.
It is. It shouldn't have existed. Yeah.
But anyway, I mean, that's sort of beside the point. At any rate, though, he wore that like every day, so that's why I remember it. As far as Levon's shirt, like I said, like I mean, if I think about my games, the first 2 games were both very long, so they're very long, and of course I got out of there as fast as I could, so I didn't have time to see what Levon was up to. And then this third game, I mean, I was kind of, obviously I was in a bad mood, so I was just trying to play like one good move at a time if I could. I wasn't really thinking about anything else.
Got it. Well, yeah.
What was it? It was like purple. It was like purple or something.
It was just very colorful.
It was,
you know?
Everything.
Group of colors. Yeah.
I mean, I know it was purple. I didn't look closely to see what was actually on it.
I'm not sure which color was not on it. I could not find any color. I think red is not there.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't notice that. But at the end of the day, I think it's nice that when you play a tournament like this, they're pretty casual about the dress code. I mean, they say business casual, so people can express how they're feeling, I guess, or their fashion sense, these sorts of things.
So such things don't distract you or don't annoy you?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I will say that like Magnus's purple suit, it did bother me during that Tau Memorial. I mean, because it was too much. It was too much for him. But but yeah, like in general, it doesn't really bother me that much.
So what are your plans for this evening, Hikaru?
No real plans. I mean, probably I'll just go out, eat a relaxing dinner. I mean, my second Christmas here, my stepfather got in today, so probably do that. And just chill as much as I can.
Nice. Okay, Hikaru, we are so happy that you won your final game today, that you got things back on track. Good luck for the next couple of days in the Rapid, and we'll thanks for stopping by, also for talking to us and sharing your insights on the games.
Oh, no worry, you guys. And obviously, if everybody's wondering, I will do a recap. I know people seem to think that maybe I won't do a recap if things don't go my way, but it's all good. So yeah, we'll be doing a recap.
Amazing. We look forward to that. Yeah, thank you for joining us. I know the day did not go as planned, but there will be better days.
Yeah. I mean, obviously, I think the thing that I would say is that every event that I've played, starting, I would say with this event last year, because that was the first time that I played since I think 2019 over the board. I mean, I just try to play well and hopefully good things happen, and really to play, I would say, well in every single event. I mean, the 960 I didn't play well in last September, but every other regular chess event I played well. I played well in this event, which I won last year. I played well in the Grand Prix. I played well in the candidates. I mean, you're not always going to have a great event, so sooner or later it's bound to happen, and that's just how it goes sometimes.
All right.
Yeah,
good luck tomorrow.
Thanks, you guys, and yeah,
Good
have
luck.
a good one, and big shout out to all the fans.
Thanks, Hikaru.
All right, see you guys. Bye.
See you. Bye.
All right, guys. Well, it was great to have Hikaru stop by. I'm sure you guys enjoyed his.
I hope I'm not fired.
I don't think you said anything that would be fired.
Well, I mean, I did speak the truth. It is not purple, but okay.
All the games of the round are finished, and we had quite a few draws in this round. So Dominguez, Xiang was a draw. In fact, Xiang was the one who needed to hold the draw in the bishops of opposite color endgame, which he did. Oops, let me just find it. It was game 3, just to show you guys. Where is that game? Here we go. It wound up in this kind of position. And the reason I'm showing it to you, it's actually quite important theoretically, because what Black has right here is the perfect drawing setup against these two connected passed pawns. The bishop must be here, because not only it stops the f6 idea, since you can sack your bishop for the pawns, but also it stops the king from getting in because you're holding that pawn. And so that's something that, you can see in any endgame textbook, but definitely sometimes people miss that part in their endgame knowledge. So just wanted to explain that to you. So Xiang didn't manage to capitalize on a really winning position, and Dominguez had to use all of his defensive skills to save it. Now, let's see other interesting results. Caruana Nepo was a draw. Fallujah, Shanklin.
Well, the result is not interesting, but the position,
yeah,
we have to show it again, because it doesn't happen very often when you allow the queen to promote first with a check, and it's still a draw.
Exactly. I mean, Black cannot win with the extra queen here because of the powerful construction of this knight and pawn, that the pawn is threatening to queen. Even if you win the knight, the pawn queen. So like the best that Black can do is make a draw here, and his king cannot help out at all. So yeah, quite beautiful construction. But Shanklin cannot get more than a win here. Although we do have one decisive result other than Hikaru's game, which is Vachier defeating Mamedyarov. And we don't really know how this was going to finish. Like, I don't know, I guess we saw it like a while back, but the two rooks turned out to be more powerful than the queen, despite White's king being a little bit open.
Nice. That's a beautiful technique by Maxim.
Yeah, and he managed to corner that king into a checkmate. So
Checkmate.
Here,
Very typical puzzle rush checkmate as well.
Yeah, so Maxim wins, and let's take a look at the standings, actually.
It's not purple. They are actually still debating. I could settle for Burgundy, maybe, but it is maroon. Sorry, guys.
Got it. Okay. Let me see if I can find the standings here. No. Where are the oh, here, standings. Okay, so we have, looks like Fallujah has 2.5 out of 3. Well, I don't know how it is with their special scoring system, so then we would have to like check that. But just in terms of regular point,
it's 5 points for Fallujah.
Yeah, so we have Fallujah getting 2.5 out of 3, Xiang getting 2 out of 3, and Dominguez. So that was a big game because Xiang could have been tied for first. Vachier also on 2 out of 3 by winning. Shanklin's Nepo on 50%, and on 1 out of 3 is the trio of Caruana, Aronian, and Naka. And Mohamed Diarab has 0.5 out of 3. So not such a great day for Mohamed.
Yep. Well, very exciting first day. I'm pumped for tomorrow. Tomorrow we will have Fiona and Alex commentating. And Irina, you're back next week, right? For the Blitz.
I have to say I love commentating, and I love watching the games, seeing the top players in the world play. So I'm kind of sad. I will miss these next 2 days, but then I will be back with you guys for the 2 days of Blitz.
So no, wait, sorry. I have to check that before we finish. It is maroon, right? It's winning by 4 times. I'm gonna drop dead if the situation changes. There is how many seconds left? Like 15, 20 seconds? No chance it's changing.
Oh, you're getting, we're rating you, Maria, right? So when we're finishing up,
we can continue debating in my chat.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it was a pleasure commentating with you, Irina, again.
Same here, Maria.
Yeah, I hope we will commentate together in the future. Definitely always enjoy it. Absolutely.
Yeah. We need Hikaru to play more tournaments so we can just like take over his channel.
Raid his channel. Yeah. All right. Bye, guys. It was wonderful. See you on. I will see you on Sunday, but see you tomorrow in the chat.
Thanks, guys, for watching, and we will see you soon. Bye.
Bye.